calling this meeting to order. And if you would please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing afterward for the invocation.
Loving God, thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for the ability to be involved in this important and purposeful work, and for the honor of bearing these responsibilities. Thanks as well for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for loving us even so, from your boundless and gracious nature. I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. I'm asking that you graciously grant us wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our community, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace and joy in our task. I pray for the agenda set before us today. Please give an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Billings. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Councilmember Geary. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Nicholson.
Here.
Neese.
Present.
Pittman.
Here.
Aguirre.
Here.
Kennedy. Aspenleiter. Lindley.
Here.
Boyette. O'Donnell. Mayor Nelson.
Present. Thank you. That brings up the minutes for March 9th, 2026. Do we have any changes or amendments or corrections? Councilmember Neese?
I make a motion to approve the minutes of March 9th, 2026. Second.
Second. Any discussion regarding that? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, please say aye. That was unanimous. Are there any council courtesies? Okay, seeing none, we do have a proclamation for today, and I'd love to read it. Whereas children are an invaluable and key to our city's future success, prosperity, and quality of life, they are our most vulnerable, and whereas child abuse and neglect can be prevented by supporting and strengthening families, thus preventing the far-reaching effects of maltreatment, providing the opportunity for children to develop healthy, trusting family bonds, and consequently building the foundations of communities. And whereas we are a part of a helping community, providing services to family in need, we must also partner with others to ensure that all children's voices are heard. And whereas providing a safe and nurturing environment for children void of violence, abuse, and or neglect ensures that they will develop into their full potential and may become leaders of local, national, or international communities of future generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mike Nelson, Mayor of Billings, Montana, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month, where all citizens are encouraged to help prevent the abuse and neglect for all children. Is there anyone here to speak on that? Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for reading the proclamation. I'm representing with my different hat the Family Tree Nurturing Center. April has always been Child Prevention Month. It's always Pinwheels for Prevention. On April 10th, we will have at noon, we will have the mayor, the commissioner, and the Breakfast Exchange Club present to do their proclamations. At 11 o'clock, we'll be placing on the courthouse lawn for the month pinwheels for prevention as a reminder of we're preventing child abuse and neglect during the month of April. We ask you on Mondays to please do Blue Monday and wear blue. And later on in the month, we will have our Pinwheels for Prevention awards on people that have been outstanding in the prevention of child abuse. And on the last Sunday in April, the churches will be having Blue Sunday, and they'll be talking about prevention. April has always been a prevention month. The governor will be proclaiming, along with the cities across the state. There's many programs to help families with the prevention of child abuse and neglect. So thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation today.
Yes, sir, you're welcome. Council reports. Any council reports? Okay. Mr. Kennedy?
Mayor, the Legislative Committee met last week. We had two legislators, Senator Yakowicz and Representative Schomer, that came and spoke to us. We had our lobbyist from Helena speak to us, and right now we are in the process of coordinating the council priorities. So next month we will go through council priorities and start working with our legislative lobbyists as we lay out for the next few months. Next month, we will have a couple of senators coming, and they will be speaking on what are some of the outstanding issues that will be coming up in the next legislative session. So that's always the third Wednesday of the month. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kukulski?
Yes, Mayor and Council, a handful of things here. So first of all, on the zoning change request this evening, so we did receive enough valid signatures for a valid protest petition that was received by the city. City Council will need to make a 2/3 majority vote in order to approve that zone change 1077, regular item 5B. So I know Mr. Aspenleiter is recusing himself. So even I can do the math on 10. 2/3 of 10 is 6.66, which is, we're going to round up to 7. So you need 7 or more to approve that item. Another special work session is scheduled for this Friday for the planning 2045 and the Malupa state requirements. That will be in this room, noon to 2. Also on that same date, if you would please fill out you've got a link in your inbox, we've sent it a few times, for the survey as we get ready for strategic planning in the fall. But the first session, May 6th and 7th, will be on relationship building and setting a vision, mission, and core values. I can tell you, it doesn't take a lot of time. We don't know who, but I think 3 or 4, actually 5 of you have done it. Sorry, I don't know which 5, it's anonymous, but 6 have not. So please, by Friday, take the time. That will help them do their job and help our day be more productive then. Next Monday is a bye week, 5th Monday. So we get next Monday off as a 5th Monday. Happens a couple times of the year. Holiday for us. And then critical component is that on this Wednesday, our new development software, CityView, will launch on Wednesday, the 25th at 9 a.m. The new software affects planning, engineering, building, code enforcement, and business licenses. We'll stop taking applications into the current system at noon on Tuesday as we prepare for the transition in the new system, which has been a couple of years in the making. We expect our customers will experience minimal interruptions and delays in permitting and inspections, though there's always some level of glitches that can happen. The public notice efforts to date have been over 2,500 emails have been sent out to customers who use the system. Information about the transition has been on the website, City Hall, public displays for a couple months now. The Home Builders Association, who are primarily a communication link for us with the building industry, they've included the announcements on their newsletters. And we've invited some of the power users who do a lot of applications. They've been testing the system for us and giving us feedback on it before this go launch. So the steps have been followed. We did have a little delay here a few weeks ago. We were wise enough, I think, the team to stop at that point and not do it, but they are ready to go this Wednesday. So that, and then last but not least, there's no ex parte communication that came in late this afternoon. So that's it, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kukulski. All right, this leads us to the first public comment section on non-public hearing agenda items. So if you want to speak to items 1, which is the consent agenda, or item 8, which is the budget item, please come forward and state your name, where you're from, and you'll get your 3 minutes. Any public comment? Seeing none, let's move to the consent agenda. Are there any separations?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Aspenleiter?
I'd like to remove agenda item 1C for purposes of recusal.
Okay, Mr. Lindley?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to separate item 1H.
Anything over here, Mr. Neese?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the items of consent agenda as outlined, with the exceptions of the item 1C and 1H for separation.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Mr. Boyette? All right. Any conversation or discussion regarding the consent agenda? Mr. Boyette?
I'm the one that always talks about donations. Well, we received a donation from Doug James, who used to be our attorney, our staff attorney here years ago, for a donation of a public park bench. So kudos to him. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. James. Any other conversation or discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say aye. That's unanimous. All right, Mr. Aspenleiter, tell us a little bit about 1C.
I'll be recusing myself as my
take
firm
the
is
mic.
up on the I'll be recusing myself as my company is up in this contract.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Neese.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 1C.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Mr. Aspenleiter is recusing himself. Is there any discussion regarding item 1C?
Mayor, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Who seconded that?
Mr. Pittman.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of approving item 1C, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That is unanimous. Now, item 1H. Mr. Lindley, would you like to talk to that?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, this is actually an item that I've been working on, an initiative of mine. It's gone through quite a bit of changes as it's reached this point, this draft resolution point. There's a couple things that I'd like to just adjust slightly, though. One is that currently it reads that the commission should last for 24 months. I'd like to suggest that the language be updated to say 24 months or sooner if all objectives are met. I think in the spirit of the initiative that Councilmember O'Donnell has going on reviewing committees, as soon as we can get these things accomplished, the better. In the private sector, I would hope we could do it in 24 months. We'll see how it works here. The second thing is, from a minimum requirement standpoint, I'd like to make sure that it's indicated in the resolution that to be considered to be a part of the commission, you should have 10 years of experience in corporate IT or post-secondary education. That's to just ensure that we have the right makeup on the commission to make the right kind of recommendations.
Is that your motion then, to make the changes?
Yeah, so I would move that we make those two adjustments that I just mentioned to the,
Ready?
And I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion to change the, add wording to change the sunset and reauthorization to 24 months or less, unless reauthorized by city council. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And then secondly, provide an amendment that requires 10 years or more in corporate IT or
or post-secondary education.
post-secondary education. All right. Is there any discussion regarding that? Okay. All those in favor of the motion with the amendments, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That's unanimous. All right. We'll move on to regular agenda items. Number 2, would you like to read the,
Public hearing and special review 1003, a special review to allow a daycare center at 2291 Bench Boulevard. Zoning Commission recommends conditional approval and adoption of the findings of the 9 review criteria.
all righty. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Karen Hussman. I'll be presenting. We have 4 items from the Planning Division tonight. Okay. This is a special review, which is required when we have a daycare center that provides service to 13 or more children within a residential zone district. So the surrounding zoning includes mid-century neighborhood to the north, N2, suburban neighborhood to the south, N3, to the east is also N2, and to the west is heavy commercial, which is CX. The property is located on the corner of Bench and Caroline. And the Zoning Commission held their public hearing and is forwarding a recommendation of conditional approval and adoption of the findings of the review criteria. This application meets the goals of the growth policy for strong neighborhoods, provides essential services, and minimizes neighborhood impacts. Conditions of approval can be added, which the Zoning Commission has provided 6. And I just have a few photos for you. This is looking north on Bench. To the south. To the east and west. As stated, the Zoning Commission recommended 6 conditions of approval. The condition 1, they're basically the standard conditions we offer. The special review is allowed to allow this daycare center at 2291 Bench Boulevard. There's no other use intended. The applicant shall apply for and obtain necessary permits, including local, state, and federal, which would include DPHHS licensing, a change in use with the building division, and their local city business license. Daily operations of the facility will not occur prior to 6:30 a.m. or after 9 p.m. And I want to make a note that, and my staff report reflected 7 a.m. and the Zoning Commission modified that at their meeting to 6:30 at the request of the applicant. So I apologize for that. 4 is a 6-foot side obscuring fence will be maintained between the properties to the east and the south. The daycare center will comply with all other limitations of the city regulations, and as long as these conditions are met, the special review will run with the land. I did an expanded aerial so that you could see the surrounding zoning and its proximity to Main Street. Currently, the properties that are zoned heavy commercial actually immediately across the street do house residential dwellings at this time. I did want to add one more thing. The City Council does have the ability to add, change, or modify any of the recommended conditions of approval for this application. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I believe our applicant is in the audience as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyette.
Do you have the map again of the house? Can you?
This
So
one,
the street north is, what is that, Caroline?
Caroline.
I noticed that there's no sidewalk in front of that property. Can we require that they put a sidewalk in?
The council has the ability to add any conditions of approval they choose to.
Would that be wise to do that at a daycare center?
I don't have an opinion, but I know that I did converse with the applicant, and so she's aware that that might be a request of the council, so she can talk more to that if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pittman.
So you say that it runs with the land. So what happens if they cease to be a daycare? Then that becomes locked in at that.
If they cease to be a daycare, as stipulated in our zoning code, any use that ceases for a year will no longer be valid. So they would likely, if someone else came back in the future, they would have to reapply for a special review again if they chose to do a daycare center.
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, Mike, Councilmember Boyette brought up the issue of the sidewalk because I noticed on the notes of during the zoning commission, the applicant was asked how the drop and pickoff is going to be. It's going to be around Caroline, the north side of Caroline Street. So there's going to be a lot of traffic on there, which there is no sidewalk. So that is a concern. And so you said the applicant is aware of that issue?
She is aware that there is no sidewalk and that you might be requesting that she would have to put that in.
Okay. Did she have an opinion to that she wanted to address the council on that, or?
I will let her address that
Okay.
if she has.
Yeah, if we could hear from her on that would be fine.
Okay.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Before we do that, I have a legal question for Gina related to the sidewalk, which is, can this be rolled into an SID program so that it's not just an upfront cost to the applicant? If council does choose to make that a condition, they could have it on their taxes as we do with other sidewalk projects and pay it off over time. Is that possible?
Councilmember Shaw, I believe so. I think that somebody from Public Works might want to chime in on this issue, but if council wanted to create an SID for this area.
Okay. I just, for the applicant, before they come up, I just wanted to know what all the options were for them, so.
So also with a change in use, the building division will require a permit, and with that review, engineering and planning and building will all review it at that time too. So that may also be addressed at that point.
Mr. Espenlander.
Yeah, to the sidewalk comment, I'm not a big proponent of putting a single stretch of sidewalk in that goes to nowhere. I mean, I get pick up and drop off, and those things are fine. However, I'm not so inclined to try to require this of a small business trying to get started in an industry that's not known for being lucrative, but is certainly an essential need for our community. I mean, if we were going to go forward and look at an SID along Caroline and take care of the neighborhood, I would support that. But I don't know that I'm going to be supportive of trying to require a single piece.
Go ahead, Mr. Pittman.
Can you show the picture of that side of Caroline? So to Councilman Aspenleiter's question, it's the only part that's not has a sidewalk. It would actually connect the existing sidewalk of the neighborhood to Bench Boulevard.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. As I understand it, I don't know where I heard this. I don't think I read it. It is, how is the property currently being used? Is it a daycare center now, but under 13?
As far as I know, they just got their licensing for more than the 13, or actually the state their border is 15 children. Again, the applicant has more information on the property and can provide that detail for you.
I would like to hear them talk about that. But, and the other thing for the applicant is that 13 or more, I wonder how many kids are actually planned for that. The 13 or more is the state condition, or the special use permit. But I'm curious as to when a car comes in, drops the kids off right there, are they going to try and turn around and get back on the main road? Are they going to go all the way down that block? Is it going to be a problem with cars blocking other cars while turning around on that street? It seems awkward.
I don't have that information. Unfortunately, I can't provide feedback for that. I don't believe a U-turn is legal, but it's an engineering question. I don't have traffic flow information. I apologize.
So I'd like to hear from the applicant on that. I don't know.
Okay. Just one more thing for planning. If I could.
Hi, ladies. Hold on just a second. We have one more question for Karen. Can you come back up?
Sure.
So I guess the other thing would be that there's no parking on bench. There's no place for people to pull off there to let their children in. Do we need to post that to make sure that that doesn't happen and someone tries to park? And that, I'll leave that up to the applicant to have a discussion.
I think they have a plan.
Yeah, we do. So
Hi, ladies. Can you introduce yourselves for the record?
I am Jeanette Myers, and I am Jeanette Myers, and I am an owner with my sister. Oh, I'm short. I'm sorry. Is that better?
That's great.
Well, I am Jeanette Myers. I am co-owner with my sister, Jessica. Do you want to introduce yourself?
No, I'm Jessica Robinson.
So as you can see on this picture, that we do have two options for drop-off. Bench. I do not like bench. I have a special needs child, so they could pull all the way into the driveway if they want to, or use Caroline as well. That's a second option is Caroline. For the drop off on Caroline, not everybody comes to drop off their kids exactly at the same time or pick up their kids exactly at the same time. So there's not 15 people showing up at one time. So it's not like a huge traffic. So they do have two options. If they feel safer pulling all the way into the driveway to drop their kid off, there's a gate that they can go into the business that way, or Caroline too. There's a second option for drop off for Caroline. So it's up to the parents wherever they prefer safer for their child. If they have a special needs kid, I would pull all the way into the driveway and not use Caroline, but we were thinking about doing stepping stones just over the snow that we had, trying to shovel the snow away from the grass. So we were thinking about laying some cute stepping stones from Caroline to where the gate is, where the business is at. So we did think about that before, after this heavy snow, that maybe getting stepping stones.
And it's about maybe 5 to 8 feet, I think, from the curb to our fence where they enter. So it's not a huge stepping stone area is what we were proposing.
Mr. Boyette?
So if we approve this and put a condition that you finish the sidewalk, do you have a problem with that?
Well, budgetary wise, we have a huge problem because we don't have Scott was saying that we don't have a huge profit margin. So, I mean, if that's something that you're requiring, then that's some bridge we're going to have to cross. But no, we do not have the money to do that at this point in time.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Yes, the one question, how many kids do you anticipate? What would be the maximum?
So DPHHS will only allow us so many per square footage, and I think the max is 30. I don't anticipate us getting to that size anytime soon, just because we're new and it sometimes takes a long time to build up to that. But I think the square footage requirements is 30 is the max that we can have.
I did notice that it seems to be the lot size with all the empty space seems to be ideally suited for playground for kids and
Yeah,
that type of
and
thing.
there's two different areas, the one directly behind the house and then one south of the house. So we have that separated by age groups. So that's kind of a safety concern too. The little kids and the big kids aren't always mixing together. So that's kind of ideal. And this previous to us owning it, which it is currently being used as a daycare, years past, there was a daycare there. So
For years.
the neighborhood is used to it being a daycare. I think it had two private owners in between us and the other daycare. So it's been an established daycare facility for a while.
Thank you.
For us.
Mr. Kay?
Mayor and council, I can answer the question relative to, we do have an assessment program where if ordered in a sidewalk, the cost of the sidewalk exceeds $500, they can choose to have it added to their tax bill for 5 years. So take the total cost and have it covered over a 5-year period versus all at once.
I do have a question on what your expectations are for the sidewalk. Are we thinking from where it is on Caroline to Bench or from the curb of Caroline to our fencing drop-off area? Is it like a pathway to the street or is it a sidewalk for the street?
Mr. Pittman?
Mayor and council, thank you. I would suggest that we just complete the sidewalk from where it ends, because you're going to have parents lined up all along there anyway. So keeping access there would probably be pretty important. So it would be I would just complete the sidewalk. It's the only spot on the entire street right there that isn't sidewalked. So I think rolling it into 2 year as an SID would be a great way for you to not have to put a lot of capital up front.
And I'm just naive to the process, but I'm wondering how come that portion hasn't been covered by the sidewalk already by the city?
So I can answer that as well. It's because your property is not facing that. So they only require it when a property is facing in front of them. This with access on the side, somehow it's one of those unique properties where it faces this way, but there's nothing on that side to force a sidewalk. So at this point, since you want to utilize that, which I think would be the best option because people backing out onto Bench would be a nightmare anyway. But that's why that's not a current sidewalk right now.
There's already existing gates that lead out that way from.
Right. So it would be beneficial to you and to your families.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just add, because it's a really common misconception in the city, but we all actually pay for our sidewalks. It's the city doesn't put money into paying for sidewalks, so it's assessed to the property. The only time when the city does put money is you've got 2 frontages, and then we would maybe only make you pay for 1. Which would be the only requirement that I think we're even talking about putting on here. So there is a perception that the city puts in sidewalks and the city does actually install them, but property owners are who pays for them.
Right. Yeah, I just didn't understand why it wasn't currently there when the rest of the sidewalk in that neighborhood was done.
Of why it wasn't when it probably should have been, but this isn't an unusual requirement at this point.
Right.
Or something that is extra onerous for any individual. It's how we deal with sidewalks citywide.
And I've already submitted an application for a business license. I have emailed the building department to ask what are the requirements for the change of usage. So that is in the process.
Mr. Pittman?
So being in the daycare business for 15 years, doing both group homes and a center, I'll just tell you, be prepared. There's a lot more requirements getting into a center and exceeding that, the 12+4 phase. There's the 35 square feet inside per person and then the 75 square feet outside.
Yeah.
Where are your employees going to park?
They park in the driveway currently.
Okay.
So it's not a burden to the city streets.
Okay.
And we've been in contact with our licensor. We just got licensed in December. And we have been telling her that eventually we want to become a facility or center. So she's aware of the transition at some point if you approve this request.
All right, anything else? Thank you, you two.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So we're going to move into the, unless there's anything else, we're going to move into the public hearing portion of this item. Do we have any public comment regarding item 2 on the agenda? I'll ask one more time. Do we have any public comment regarding item number 2 on the agenda? All right, hearing none. Close that part and entertain a motion. Mr. Pittman.
So having conducted a public hearing considering written and spoken testimony and the review of the zoning commission's recommendation for conditional approval and adoption of the findings of the 9 review criteria, I would move that we approve the special review 1003 with the addition of the sidewalk on the Caroline side.
Second.
Who seconded? Mr. Neese? All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion regarding the motion? Mr. Aspenleiter.
I just want to clarify, are we directing public works staff at the same time to roll this into an SID program, or are we allowing that to be the option of the applicant, whether they want to pay for it or go SID?
I would assume that that would be their option, whether they want to privately pay for it, but certainly leave it as an option. Do we need to include that in the motion, that would be available to them?
I think it would be safest just to be clear that those options are that you're ordering it, the sidewalk needs to be, it's a condition of the approval, and whether the applicant chooses to do it at their own cost or chooses to take advantage of the city's program, I'd make that a part of your motion.
So I'll amend my motion to include that.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. So Mr. Pittman and Mr. Neese will second. Any discussion regarding that motion? Then let's move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That one is unanimous. Item number 3. Ms. Bowman?
Great. Public hearing and special review 1004, a special review to allow a drive-through use for a proposed 7 Brew coffee facility at 533 South 24th Street West. Zoning Commission recommends conditional approval and adoption of the findings of 9 review criteria.
Hello.
Good evening. Let me share the screen really quick. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have Special Review 1004, which is occurring at 533 South 24th Street West. This is a request to allow a drive-through service adjacent to a residential zone district. Michael Walker and iBusiness Properties is the property owner, and Brian Evans with 7 Brew Coffee is the agent. So here is the overview of the zoning. The subject property is zoned CMU1, which is Corridor Mixed Use 1. It's kind of surrounded by a mix of zoning. To the south, we have neighborhood mixed use. To the north, we also have CMU1, which is that corridor mixed use 1. To the east, we have the residential zoning, which is our N2 mid-century neighborhood zoning. To the west, we have CX heavy commercial zoning. And then to the south, there's some more residential and some P1 and 2 zoning as well. So here you go. You can just see a kind of overview of the development in the area. You have residential to the east and pretty heavy commercial uses to the west, as well as some lighter commercial uses to the north and south that are just kind of multi-tenant use office buildings, as well as a retail store to the south. So here is the proposed layout of the 7 Brew Coffee facility. They are just kind of a bigger coffee kiosk, so they don't offer any inside seating or dining. It's just primarily a drive-through. They will have the double kind of stacking internally, and they also are going to be consolidating the access off of Lampman. Right now, it currently exists as 2 access points, but they'll just be moving it to 1, which is a little bit farther from that intersection of 24th and Lampman Drive. So the Zoning Commission is recommending conditional approval of the adoption of the findings of the review criteria. They found that this application meets the growth policy through essential investments by using an infill property located along 24th Street, which is an established commercial corridor. It also meets the strong neighborhoods growth policy by providing safe and attractive essential services to the neighborhood. And it also meets the prosperity growth policy goals by providing a diversity of available jobs and a strong economy for the city. And then also, kind of like I mentioned, it's located along an established commercial corridor. Commercial uses exist to the north, south, and the west of this property, and it minimizes neighborhood impacts. There's no external speaker system. All ordering is done face-to-face. It has that internal stacking. It consolidated the access, and it has the already required screening in between the residential property and the proposed commercial. So here is a picture of that subject property. Here's a view to the north where you can see that multi-tenant office uses. View to the west, across 24th, you have Barnes & Noble and that newer car wash. View to the south, you have DXL, which is a retail store. And then to the east is where you have that residential zoning, and you can kind of see to the back of the property that 6-foot site obscuring fence that already exists. So these are the conditions that the Zoning Commission recommended. I'll go through them pretty quickly. The first one is just that the special reviews for a drive-through coffee facility located at 533 South 24th Street West. The second one is that no outdoor speaker or amplified ordering system shall be audible at any property line, should one be added in the future. Any new lighting on the building or within the parking lot shall have full cutoff shields so that light's directed to the ground and not to adjacent property. Number 4, the existing screening, which I showed you, that fence, shall remain in place and maintained. If it's ever removed or altered, a new one must be put back up. Another one is just that the limitations and requirements of the zoning code will apply, and that all conditions are met, it will run with the land. So, following kind of a request from the council to ensure that the term audible was properly clarified in the conditions, staff, with the help of legal, proposed and drafted a new kind of edit to the condition number 2, just so that there was some consistency and more explanation as to what audible really meant. So we propose that it will say no outdoor speaker or amplified ordering system shall be plainly audible at any property line, should one be added in the future. Plainly audible means sound that can be clearly heard, including bass reverberation by a person of ordinary hearing without the use of a sound level meter. And that is our kind of drafted one. And then here are the special review criteria. And if you have any questions, I am available.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Nichols?
We'll have sidewalks.
Yeah, the sidewalks already exist. And there's no plans of removing them.
I wanted to ask that. Yes, Mr. Neese.
Thank you. I noticed from the drawing here and the location of the residential areas that the traffic will be pulling in along the residential side, kind of coming around the back end, where the back end of the residential side, then it'll get into the commercial by the time it gets to where they're going to get their coffee and stuff like that. Vehicles can be a little bit loud, rumbling, and it looks like they're going to be open till 11 o'clock at night. Is there anything within the sound, our current ordinances, as far as these type of businesses with sound disturbances, not so much the speaker, but anything else that would disturb the neighbors there?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Is there? Not to my knowledge.
Not specifically to auto noise, as far as conditions, you can also put a limit on the hours of operation to mitigate some of that later evening.
Our standard noise ordinance should handle that I think it's 50 feet off the fence or something like that.
Correct. I'm not sure of the measurement, but there is something in the noise ordinance.
Okay, so if there's complaints, then our other normal ordinance, kind of like what we do with Dayla Stadium and some of those issues, correct, it would be this. Okay, thank you.
Mr. O'Donnell.
I'm impressed that from the diagram right here that the ordering place, the actual restaurant part of it, is away from the opposite side from the residential. So it's, if any noise is generated there, it goes onto 24th Street, which is noisy enough anyway. But in terms of all the parking spaces right there, I'm thinking that somebody is going to get coffee and want to sit in the parking spot and drink their coffee right there, which is the reason for those parking spaces. And I imagine that on warm summer's day that they're going to have their windows down and the radios on. So in terms of the noise generated from that, I don't see how that is going to be blocked by a 6-foot fence from the neighborhood.
Just a point of clarification, the parking provided is for staff and their shift work. So you have a turnover. So they were allowing for parking for their staff and their shift work changeover. That's the primary reason for them. I don't have an answer to your concern about drinking their coffee in the parking place. They might have it signage that said they can't park there, but I do believe the applicant is here. He might be able to address those concerns for you as well.
Well, and my suggestion is that because along with landscaping comes along with this, as I read on there, is that in that strip along the property side of the fence, that there might be some trees or some type of noise blocking natural.
Yeah, so when this comes in for a building permit, it's going to have the required buffer yard between a commercial property and a residential property,
Okay.
Which will require trees. I'm not sure exactly how many off the top of my head, but it will require trees.
Wonderful.
Part of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, do we want to hear from?
Yep, so our agent's actually online virtually, so if you have any questions, his name is Brian.
Hello, Brian.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight.
So just tell us briefly about your project.
Yeah, sure. So 7 Brew is a drive-through only, drink only concept. We don't serve food. It is coffees, teas, energy drinks, smoothies, Italian sodas, things like that. And like the staff said, it is a drive-through only. It's dual drive-throughs. So when you come in the drive-through, you can pick which lane you want to order in. Instead of pulling up to a traditional speaker box and menu board, you're going to be greeted at your vehicle by one of our employees with an iPad, similar to the new kind of Chick-fil-A model. They will take your order directly at your vehicle, and then you will pull up to the building, and a second employee will bring that drink out to you. So we do open at 5:30 every morning. We're open till 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. We are open that extra hour on Friday and Saturday till 11. I will say that typically the 5:30 to 7 a.m. period is pretty light traffic. And again, the 9:30 to 10 or 11 also tends to be pretty light traffic. Our peak hours tend to be kind of 8 to 10 in the morning through the week, and then 10 to 11 on Saturdays. The parking, as discussed, was for employees. As it is a drive-through only establishment, there's no opportunities for guests to come inside the building. So we typically will have 4 to 6 employees per shift. So we like to get 10 to 12 parking spaces for when we have shift turnover. Those that are going can come and have space. So we would see, especially with our proximity here to both South 24th Street and Lampman Drive, if somebody wanted to pull out of the drive-through and park on Lampkin and drink their coffee, it would probably almost be like they were in our property. So I don't know that there will be a whole lot that we could do about that. We will, as said, abide by landscaping requirements and buffering requirements. We do have the fence that's there that we're agreed to keep, or if it becomes damaged, replace. So I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have, specifics about the operation or the site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any questions? Nope. Sounds like we're good, sir. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the public hearing section of item number 3. If you have public comment about the zoning for 7 Brew Coffee Facility, please come forward, state your name and where you live, and you'll get your 3 minutes. Any public comment regarding this item? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and we will move to motions. Ms. Aguirre.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony and review of the zoning commission's recommendation for conditional approval and adoption of the findings of the 9 review criteria, I move to approve special review 1004.
Second.
Oh, who seconded? I did. Mr. Neese. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion regarding the motion? Mr. Neese.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to say that it's exciting to see a new business, new franchise, nationwide franchise is coming to Billings. And I don't know if you guys checked out their product online and stuff. As I was reading through this, it's quite interesting and kind of exciting. So I look forward to having this type of business come into Billings and in that area. So I do plan on visiting it. It sounds like I want my drinks there. So it's and I'm not selling it. I'm just telling you, it's really interesting when you get on and look at what they offer. It's a big variety of drinks. So quite exciting to see that kind of franchise, a nationwide franchise coming to Billings.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion regarding the motion? All right, we'll move to a vote then. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That's a unanimous vote. Good luck, Mr. Evans. Go sell some coffee.
All right.
And
you very
drinks.
much. Have a good night.
All right, item number 4.
Public hearing and resolution for zone change 1076, generally located at 715 Commerce Way. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 review criteria.
Thank you. I think I've seen you before.
I'm back.
We're excited about that. Thank you.
Okay. So zone change 1076 is a city-initiated zone change to change Almond Park and the recreational facility area that's under construction from P1, which is the Parks and Open Space, to P2, which is Public, Civic, and Institutional. This outlines the area that they're proposing to change. And I did an outline of Almond Park as opposed to the recreational campus that's currently under construction is in the yellow. I did want to review their surrounding zoning is very diverse. To the north, there's industrial, public, corridor mixed use 1, mid-century neighborhood N2, and residential manufactured home. To the south is corridor mixed use 1 and corridor mixed use 2, which the corridor mixed use 1 is the pink and the red is CMU 2. And then to the east, there is public, which is the Newman School to the north there. Then N2, which is the mid-century, as well as residential manufactured home. And then to the west is the mid-century neighborhood as well. Few photos. This is looking south towards King. And then this is looking east towards South Billings Boulevard. And then to the west. The Zoning Commission held their public hearing and they are recommending approval and adoption of the proposed review criteria. And it meets the growth policy for strong neighborhoods, walkable communities, safe and attractive and essential services, essential investments, placemaking, successful businesses and employment, job, benefit the community, and then community fabric, the development of parks and recreational amenities. I'm going back to this aerial for a little bit. I just wanted to point out the reason for the change was to allow a restaurant with service of alcohol. The P1 doesn't allow alcoholic beverage service The P2 allows it, but it's very limited. It's limited to what's called craft alcohol, which is by definition the production of small batches of wine, hard cider, beer, or distilled alcoholic beverages as licensed by Montana law, which is sort of like your brewery or your tap room. So it's a limited allowance. They wouldn't be allowed to do an all beverage license or a bar or a casino. It's simply associated with the restaurant itself. That concludes my presentation. I know Gavin is here from Parks if you have any other questions.
Do we have any questions for Karen?
I have one. So the presentation shows the block in yellow, but the information you gave us just had the whole section. So what are we doing?
So the entire, the proposal is for the entire site to be P2.
So that yellow won't be separate.
So it'd be Almond Park and the recreational facility.
Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, why can't if you can go back to the other, sure. Why can't we just do where the ice rink or it's just the yellow area, the new area where the campus is?
Well, as discussed with staff and city administration, moving forward, that was the determination that was made. I think that Gavin can speak more to that. If you would choose to make a reduction in the area, we can certainly do that if the code reads that you can't expand or change the request. I believe you can make it into a reduction, and I'll defer to the attorney to clarify.
So what's the driver of this request?
I'm going to refer to Gavin to explain that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hold on, Gavin, just a second. Any other questions for Karen before we ask her to have a seat? All right, you're on. Did I miss somebody?
Good evening. To your question, Councilmember Neese, the impetus for all of this, about 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, we in conversation with the Signal Peak Ice Arena folks, found out that they're going to have a full restaurant, not just what we have in the courts complex of a concession type of area. They're actually having both. The request was to serve alcohol at their restaurant facility. I saw no reason not to honor this. Think of it this way, to your second question about why the entire area, we already allow alcohol permits through our office. That is an additional charge if you were having an event. We work with PD and everything else through that. This does not mean that it's just opened for anybody to bring alcohol to these areas. As we figure out this campus large, wide expansion of activities, I think this gives us a little more maneuverability for different events held at that space as well.
Mary, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So Gavin, so it was the driver of this was the one restaurant in the ice rink.
That's
and
correct.
You think expanding it to the entire Amen Park, the soccer fields, and that would be beneficial because, I mean, we already allow alcohol through permitting process. How will it be beneficial to allow alcohol sales over at the Amen Park? I don't know how, maybe the Exchange Club would get some craft beers together and say, hey, we're going to sell it here. So does that bypass the permitting process now because it's automatically allowed?
That's a really good question. Mayor and Council, this is what I would say, that what this would do would, let's say we wanted to have some type of craft beer fair out there. This space would allow that. This would not be just an alcohol permit as if you were having Symphony in the Park, let's say. They require an alcohol permit to sell at that space.
Right.
This new designation would allow these events to not have to have that secondary permit because it's already zoned for that space.
Okay. And so they would just be able to do it and then, okay. And that's what we want to do in Amen Park, is have more alcohol, craft beer type festivals?
Mayor and Council and Councilman, that's a great question. I think what this does is it opens up for the opportunity. By no means does this mean that we're going to be selling beer at soccer games or nor the courts complex. This just gives us the flexibility to expand to that at a future date.
But they wouldn't need a permit anymore, so they could roll up in, or Amen Park soccer instead of, they could have a second section there where they maybe sell beer to those who are legal to buy.
That would be correct.
Let's see.
Okay, Mr. Kukulski, you got some clarifying?
Yeah, Chris Kukulski, City Administrator. I don't know that it changes anything regarding the permit side of the equation, but when we first had the conversation internally, the process of a zone change is pretty lengthy and cumbersome. So the idea was this came up as a part of this hockey facility. We also have Dealer Park. Dealer Park isn't only used for the Mustangs. It's also used for American Legion baseball and other baseball events. They haven't been a problem. So as the community came with the innovative idea of saying, could you create pad sites for us to figure out not having the city build all this, but have the private sector and nonprofits do it? We thought, why would you just do it for ICE? Why not resolve this issue relative to zoning now? That was my primary motivation for suggesting let's not just go with one parcel. We got horde courts, we got soccer, may have other sports. We don't know what those are, but I don't know why, from an administrative standpoint, I didn't think it was appropriate to say, well, this sport and this sport can have these opportunities for fundraising, but these sports are not.
Okay, hold on here. Ms. Aguirre?
Just a question for clarification. With the zone change, if it were to pass, does that allow spectators to have containers, alcohol containers, while they're spectating?
So Mayor and Council and Councilwoman, I think it's an important clarification that the ice hockey facility, how they operate inside of that will be up to them. It does not mean that they would be able to bring necessarily, a beer outside of that facility. We're not going to allow that into the courts complex area. I would assume APDC would not want that in the soccer area, but I don't want to speak for them directly.
Let's see, Mr. Kennedy, then Mr. Boyette.
I would just say all you're doing is allowing an expansion. People need to get licensing and a restaurant license. They need to get the Department of Revenue license to be able to sell as a restaurant. That does not allow people to bring in alcohol to the soccer fields. But if they had rented out that facility, and they would have to get the permitting or the catering license to be able to serve the alcohol there. So this is just something that you're approving of, that there could be. They still have to go through all the certification, all the hoops to be able to do it. And I think, Gavin, all you're doing is having that opportunity. So if anybody asks, or if you have a balloon festival, or if you have something else there, and they say, we would like to, our event is an adult event, and we would like to have alcohol there, then they would have to get the caterer or the licensing place to come there and do it. Even at, I have to say, even at Metro Park, I have to have licensed people come in to be able to serve alcohol or whatever. And so this is just so someone doesn't come back and say, city, you're not permitted for that. You are permitted for that. And then they have to jump through the hoops. So it will be fairly regulated on it.
Mr. Boyette.
Hi, Gavin. Could we just approve the restaurant and not the booze? Could we do that versus doing both? If that's what they need is the restaurant.
So Mayor and Council and Councilman, I would say this, and this again, how that facility operates internally, restaurant, everything else, that is not under my domain. So I'm not sure I'm not sure if they would want the restaurant without the alcohol. I can't speak to that. Now, as far as what you can and cannot approve, I guess that would be up to the 11 of you.
Yeah, because we only get one shot at this, you know. We can either do it now or we don't do it. So I wanted to do it right the first time. So staff, could we just approve the restaurant by itself?
I think we need to be careful, and Karen will probably clarify what we can do relative to a zone change. So tonight, the ask is for the zoning change and playing within the rules of that zone.
That's the basic answer is the zone change and request right now is from P1 to P2, and that's what you would be voting on. The restaurant itself is something specific to the development of the site. The reason this came forward is because of the alcoholic portion of it, and that's why the P2 is being requested. So you can either approve it or deny it, and that would eliminate the alcohol if it's denied.
Mr. Aspenleiter?
I'll support the motion as is. I think it makes sense to approach this as a park and open the door for potential so we don't have to come back and do this again in the future. The concept is the concept, and I think it's a good opportunity for the community.
All right. Yes, sir.
I would just say this, Mayor and Council, is that I support this zone change. I think it does allow, one thing to keep in mind is that the audiences for the different areas are very different. Age groups are different. The courts complex is obviously a younger clientele in some regards. It does not omit older groups from utilizing that facility. The hockey is built for the youngest to the adults.
All right. Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Gavin, does this mean that we'll see more of these changing from P1 to P2? For instance, like Pioneer Park that has the symphony in the park and maybe they have alcohol, things like that. Are we going to see more of these changing that so alcohol can be more readily available in our parks?
Mayor and Council and Councilman, I think that's a really good question. I think it's very speculative, though. I think this was a one-off. To be honest, this is something that probably should have been in conversation at the beginning of everything. This was one of those that kind of, I'm not going to say it's an oversight or a blind spot, but it was missed. And someone, during the construction, during the planning of this, again, this is a unique space with two different owners, two different groups working kind of simultaneously. I would say I would not anticipate a lot of these rezonings just for alcohol purposes. No.
Okay. Alcohol and restaurant, I believe it's,
correct.
Even if they weren't alcohol, they'd have to have the P2 for the restaurant, correct?
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Correct.
Gavin, I think I have something. Here's how I understand it. Pioneer Park already has, you have permits for liquor. So when Symphony in the Park is there, there's copious amounts of wine sold there. I know, I've been there. And so, and I am sure that, well, no, I'm not, but I am sure that what this would change only is that we would have a permanent structure there able to sell craft beer and wine anytime they were open within the limitations set down by the law, rather than requiring them to get a catering permit for every day they're open.
That is correct.
Is that a good summary of what we're at?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Mr. Gavin? All right, we're going to open this up then to a public hearing. This is item number 4, request for zone change 1076 to 715 Commerce. If you guys, anybody out there has anything to say about this particular item, please come up, state your name and address, and take your 3 minutes.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. No, and no. This is we started off, this is going to be a kids, youth. Now we're serving booze. If you were going to do it, you ought to limit it. When you go to Metro Park at the AAU wrestling, the beer garden wasn't open. When you went to state basketball, beer garden wasn't open. It's only open during, sort of adult times. I don't know if you could criteria this to say you can only serve it under certain circumstances. I don't know if that's possible, but I think it's just a slippery slope to go down. You got a bunch of youth kids running around, dads drinking in the stands. That's not the image that the city of Billings ought to be portraying, that you can come and watch your kids skate and drink beer at the same time. No and hell no. But I just wonder, are we doing this because maybe one of the TIF board members' kid got the restaurant deal? Don't know. Might ask.
Any other comment regarding this item?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeff Canning, 3230 Country Club Circle. Good to see many of you again. As you recall, we had a nice week-long session of lunches where we first proposed the idea of creating these pad sites to make this whole thing possible. And you've seen it's been a great success with the courts facility and the hockey facility, which is a privately developed facility. Parker Phipps from Signal Peak was able to get them the $6 million initial grant to get that even moving. During the course of the development, I'm with Collaborative Design. We're also the architects for the hockey facility. And they're working with the Murai family from the Billings Convention and Hotel Center to put a restaurant in there called Andy's. And it's a great spot. It's up on a mezzanine level. You can sit there and look down. You know, USA Hockey, things are going pretty good right now for these guys. And so it was just a proposal from that family to come in and be able to offer a restaurant with great seating to watch hockey games and be able to serve beer and alcohol while they're there. And with that, to expand it to the rest of Amen to Park, I agree with Councilman Aspenleiter that it should be done for the whole park. There's a tennis facility being proposed, and I think this is a great thing for Billings. It's going to be a huge draw for sports tourism and for leagues and facilities that this city so desperately needs. So I would urge you to pass this.
Thank you. Any other public comment regarding item number 4? All right, seeing none, I'll close that portion of our item and move to a request for a motion. Ms. Cha.
I'll make a motion for approval. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution for zone change 1076 and adopt the findings of the 10 review criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Thank you. A second, Mr. Lindley.
And I'd like to quickly speak to the motion.
Please do.
Okay. I hear the comments. I think as a parent who's been at sporting events, if alcohol's not offered, they're going to sneak it in. It's going to happen anyway. To me, it makes sense for a restaurant to be able to make money doing this in a responsible way. I'm glad it can't be an all beverage license. I think that could get us into trouble. This seems very reasonable to me. And I think it's a smart way to try and offset some of the costs of operating the facility. The other important piece for our community to remember is that this is a public-private partnership, so the city is not in control of what happens inside the building. We're in control of the zoning, as we're talking about here, but it will be a private facility on public land. That's a very different dynamic than parks coming and saying, hey, we want to start a restaurant and run alcohol through it. That's a whole other thing that we're not talking about. So these are two very different things, and that's why I'm supportive of this, and I hope it passes. Thanks.
Anybody else? Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support the motion. I think this is overreaching as far as allowing too much alcohol in all of that park. I can understand, although this was never discussed when we were approving these concept of this ice rink, of having a restaurant in there and then alcohol in there. This is all new. It's come up in the last month or so that I can understand. We've already signed the contract. That's bridge, water under the bridge that we can't change because we signed a contract. They can do what they want to do inside those 4 walls. And so I think it should just be the ice rink because they're the ones who need it. If someone else needs it later on, I think we can look at approving that down the road. But to blanket this entire area that is primarily set aside for kids' use, I think this is not the way to go. I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve only the area of the restaurant area that's been with this, which is covered by our lease. You understand that, what I'm saying? If, you know, you know how we have a lease that they have the 4 walls around their building that they have, that would be the area to it.
I guess Mayor and Councilmember Neese want to just clarify if we're talking about the pad site that we have the lease on,
Right,
because I
the
hear
pad
you
site.
saying that versus just the restaurant.
Right, the pad site. Yeah, not the restaurant, but the pad site, because that's what they control. And
Do we have-
that's who's asking for it.
All right, do we have a second for the substitute motion? Mr. Boyette? Okay, we have a substitute motion.
Could we look
Would
at the
this
map
be,
again?
would it be more clearly as an amendment to the motion to limit the area? Nope. Substitute motion by Mr. Neese and
Mayor.
Mr. Boyette. Hold on. Seconds. All right, now I'll open it up to conversation. Mr. O'Donnell?
I'd ask Commissioner Neese to talk a bit more about this. I'm not certain exactly what you're proposing, what the ramifications are.
Yeah, if we can have a map back up that shows the area.
While she's pulling it up, Councilmember O'Donnell, can you just talk closer to your mic? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No, that's the campus. Okay, so the yellow area is the campus. That's the whole, that includes the ice rink, includes the courts, includes a couple other pads that aren't been developed yet. What we're talking about, and it's hard to see here because it's not fully developed yet, but right where it says tournament, I believe that's the, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the ice rink that you can kind of see an outline of the building. So that's the building who has the restaurant, that's the ice rink. Restaurants inside that ice rink, and we leased that area that you can kind of see that looks like a building where it says the tour part. And that's what I'm asking for, the limitation of that, because that's where the restaurant is, that's where the alcohol is going to be served.
Mayor. So what you're saying is you're limiting what to that area? Just for beer and wine to be sold in that one area?
Mr. O'Donnell?
I'm sorry.
Can you get closer to your microphone?
I thought it was
There you
close.
go.
Sorry.
Yeah, the limiting the zone change of P1 to P2, so limiting P2 just to that area. That would be the zone, P2.
And that would allow them to do beer and
That
wine?
would allow them to do their beer and wine.
Can you do zoning just for a particular building?
Mayor and Council, Anna Vickers, Planning Division Manager. Yes, you can use zoning for just that area associated with it. We have many split zoned lots within the city. So essentially what this would do is split zone the property to be P1 where it's the red outline and P2 where the yellow outline is. That has been done in prior.
Although just to clarify, right, the motion is for a smaller area, literally, and we have a legal description because we've got a lease.
Right.
There is a legal description for the parcel of which we have a lease on. So I think it's doable as is stated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shaw?
I'm not going to support this. I think it limits any future pad site development of how are we going to get more private investment to come in when we're saying you're going to have to, again, go through this really onerous process of coming to council. It's going to take you months to get us to maybe approve your ability to have a restaurant just like ICE already has right next door to you. That kind of seems crazy to me. So I'm in favor of the whole property. I think that gives the most flexibility for the future. I hope council will turn down this substitute amendment or substitute motion and vote on the underlying motion.
Mr. Aspenleiter?
Yeah, I'm gonna oppose the substitute motion as well. I I think as we're doing this, the biggest thing we can do for the business community and the development community is predictability and consistency. And this is anything but predictable and anything but consistent. And if we're gonna do this, we need to do it. If we're not, then we need to not. So for me, I'm gonna stick to the original motion. I'm gonna vote against this motion.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Just to address the consistency, we're dealing with basically athletic areas or parklands. And the consistency, as the mayor pointed out, is at the baseball stadium and other things that alcohol is allowed to be. So in terms of consistency and following what we've done before, I think that does apply to have this support beer license. I'm not saying I support the motion. I just wanted to address that one issue.
Okay. Anyone else regarding the substitute motion? All right, so we'll vote on this first. All those in favor of the substitute motion, which is to approve the zone change with a limited area to the size and outline of the pad. Am I correct? Please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Please raise your hands. So we have Mr. Neese, Mr. Pittman, and Mr. Boyette. All those opposed, please say aye.
Aye.
And raise your hands. Against are Shaw, Nicholson, Aguirre, Nelson, Kennedy, Aspenleiter, Lindley, and O'Donnell. Okay, so that takes us back to the original motion as I understand it. Is there any further discussion regarding the original motion? All right, so we'll vote on the original motion, which was offered by Ms. Shaw and seconded by Mr. Lindley. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hands and say aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, for consistency, it's Mr. O'Donnell, Mr. Boyette, and Mr. Neese in opposition. Okay. We're moving along. Ms. Bowman, would you read item number 5?
This is a joint public hearing for Annexation 2601 and Zone Change 1077. 5A is a resolution approving Annexation 2601, generally located near Tommy Armour Circle and Ben Hogan Lane, Yellowstone Country Club. Staff recommends conditional approval. The second item is a resolution for Zone Change 1077, generally located near Tommy Armour Circle and Ben Hogan Lane. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 review criteria for that item.
Thank you very much. I have a question for the parliamentarian before we move. So this is a joint public hearing. This will be the first one that I've presided over. Does that mean that we have one opportunity to speak or two?
Mayor, Mayor and Council, there's a joint, since it's a joint public hearing, you can determine how many times the council gets to speak. Generally, it is, you don't allow them to, other council members to speak more than twice until everybody else has spoken on the item. I think that would be appropriate here. You're taking both matters together. So I think the general rules that you normally follow would apply here. And also just a reminder, even though it's a joint public hearing, you do need to have two separate votes.
Two separate votes
on the two
regarding
separate
the
issues.
public speaking. Two separate speakings or one?
Nope, joint public hearing, they can come up and speak on either item during that one public comment period.
Great. Okay, so here's how I'd like to proceed, if it's okay with everybody. We'll hear from staff on both items, if that's all right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
I'd like to indicate that I did receive a phone call from somebody about this, since the individual didn't tell me anything that wasn't available in the voluminous materials. I don't feel the need to recuse myself due to an ex parte.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So go ahead, we're ready for you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Hunter Kelly. I'll be going over these items. So tonight we have Annexation 2601, the first annexation of the year, and zone change number 1077. This is going to be covering a portion of Tract 11A2 of Certificate of Survey 836, an area approximately 6 acres of land near Tommy Armour Circle, and more generally described being near the Yellowstone Country Club. So the interconnectedness of the items tonight, basically how this will go is, Gina talked about on it a little, but generally how it goes is there's going to be a joint public hearing for both of these items. First of which is the annexation petition. So that'll go over the annexation itself. And then it'll have a joint public hearing alongside zone change 1077, which will be the zone change action of this procedure. We also later on in the agenda have the ward boundary ordinance that, if this area were to be annexed into the city, would expand the election ward to encompass that newly annexed area. That's going to be heard as a separate item with its own public hearing. There's not going to be a presentation on that. That'll be done at the end if everything prior to it passes. And before I go on, the ward in that case would be Ward 4. So before we get into the proposal proper, I have some context, some historical context here. So this is the zoning of the area prior to Project Recode in February of 2021. For those of you who are not aware, that was the city's efforts to completely revitalize our zoning code. And we essentially retooled most of our old zoning designations into the ones we use currently. As prior to the adoption of the zoning code, the area in question was zoned what we used to call R9600, which was a residential zone that generally required that the minimum lot size per single family home be 9,600 square feet. What had happened is during the process of Project Recode, it was zoned to P1, Parks and Open Space. Normally, what had happened to zoned areas of the county that have this designation is that they would usually be rezoned to either what we refer to now as rural residential, which allows for kind of large lot size residential areas, or if they're over 10 acres, sometimes go over to agricultural land. What had happened, to my understanding, we went through Project Recode just a little before I was brought onto the team here, so I don't have firsthand knowledge, but we made the decision to rezone it to P1, Parks and Open Space, due to the fact that at the time of this rezone action, it was owned by the Yellowstone Country Club, and we saw that it was not being developed in any way, shape, or form. And since it was owned by the Country Club, we felt this was more appropriate to be zoned as open space due to the trail network being used on the property and the fact that it was owned by the golf course anyways. So given that the golf course and this land were the same owners, we feel it was a natural extension of it. Which brings us to today. So this is the current zoning designations of the properties in question. The three areas of this zone change and annexation petition are outlined in red on the screen. As I said before, the land existing on it currently is P1, Parks and Open Space. So that allows for golf courses, trails, parkland in general. And then the rest of the neighborhood, Yellowstone Club Estates, that currently has the zoning designation of N3, which is what most land within the city that was R9600 got transformed into with the adoption of the current zoning code. And then here's another look of the existing properties with a satellite image. So as you can see, those areas are currently vacant. Going over some development history in the area. Most of the area had already been developed, although there are a few outlying parcels. Most notably, the two areas that are closest to the annexation focused area, 3623 Quimet Circle. That was most recently constructed in 2014, the home there. And then the next nearest parcel is the vacant lot on Tommy Armour Circle that is currently owned by James and Joanne Boyer. Otherwise, the most recent construction in this vicinity are the two residential lots along Sam Sneed Trail along the western end, and they were done in 2022 and 2023 respectively. And that will bring us to the current proposal. So the current proposal is to annex these three portions of the lot into the city limits, and alongside that, rezone the properties to N3 zoning, which would match the rest of the neighborhood. Here is our map of our limits of annexation. For those who are unfamiliar, the limits of annexation is the city's long-term vision on what lands that we are looking to annex in a short and long period time span. The areas in green are areas that the city could hypothetically annex in short order once we receive a petition. And the areas in yellow are the areas that are in our long-term vision for annexation. So to kind of briefly summarize the difference between the two zones, as I have mentioned earlier, Park P1, Parks and Open Space, this is intended for pretty much as it says on the tin: playgrounds, golf courses, playing fields, gardens, nature parks, any kind of open air use. In contrast, the N3 zoning are suburban neighborhood residential. It is, for the lack of a better phrase, pretty much our most basic residential zoning available. As of right now, it currently allows for the development of a single or double unit structure on the building, so a single family home or duplex. There's a minimum lot width of 65 feet per principal building. So if there is only going to be one house or one duplex per lot, each lot has to be a minimum width of 65 feet along the street frontage. There's no longer any square footage requirements as compared to the old R9600. To that effect also, there is no minimum lot width. So this lot could theoretically be as large as they want in order to put any one house on it, or multiple if the future developer so chooses. Setback wise, it goes for a fairly simple 20 feet from the front property line and 5 feet from the rear and side property lines, and also sporting a maximum lot coverage of 40% of the lot's square footage, and that's referring to roofed structures covering it. And then lastly, building height, under current code, could go up to 3 stories or 34 feet tall, although that seldom occurs. A minor note to make is these are our zoning codes restrictions on there. I am not immediately privy to any kind of covenants and restrictions that are intrinsic to the country club estates that, according to the initial neighborhood meeting, they are intending to bring these lots eventually into. I'm not privy if those have any further restrictions that would go further down than what we allow for in the N3 zone. So regarding the zone change from P1 to N3, the Zoning Commission did recommend approval and adoption of the proposed review criteria. During that time, we felt that it met the following standards of our growth policy: the strong neighborhoods goal, the essential investments goal, and the home base goal. And then likewise, we felt that the zone change would be complementary to and compatible with the surrounding zoning, since it would bring parcels that are already along the streets that are zoned 2 and 3, which is for all intents and purposes more or less identical to all the other lots that are already along those street frontages. So this is an image of the postings we did for the site. So this is area 2. And area 3. So, regarding the annexation covers 7 criteria as to whether the annexation would be an acceptable fit and coinciding with our annexation policy. Annexation 1 is that the area needs to be within either Zone 1 or Zone 3 of our limits of annexation. As you saw in the previous exhibit, this area is within Zone 1, so that's valid. Condition number 2 is that the city will need to be able to provide adequate services at a cost acceptable to the city within a time period that is mutually acceptable and mutually agreed to by the property owners requesting annexation and the city. These properties are already adjacent to developed streets that have water and sewer lines in them. Connections to any existing services are going to be addressed via the annexation agreement. The annexation agreement, for the record, is tentatively scheduled for the April 13th City Council meeting, and is not going to go onto the City Council meeting tonight. Criteria number 3 is that the existing proposed public improvements within the area to be annexed will need to meet city standards. This has more or less been done. All the adjacent roads and water and wastewater connections are already present on the site. So, as I previously said, existing connections to those existing infrastructure is going to be handled via the annexation agreement. Policy number 4, all property owners within the area to annex must sign a waiver of right to protest the creation of special improvement districts. This waiver is going to be handled alongside the annexation agreement. For those of you who are not in the know, a waiver of right to protest the creation of special improvement districts refers to an improvement method where the city can create a special improvement district upon a given area, and a certain improvement, let's say for instance sidewalks or streetlights, would be constructed, and then the cost of that would be dispersed through a fee that would be done alongside property taxes over a period of several years. So as part of the annexation, the property owners sign a waiver that says they can't protest that indefinitely when they annex into the city. So criteria number 5 is that all residential property owners within the area to be annexed must create or join an existing park maintenance district. After corresponding with our Parks Department, it is understanding that these parcels will need to be added into the existing park maintenance district for the Yellowstone Family Park. Criteria number 6 is that residential densities planned for development within the area to be annexed will need to meet an overall minimum average density of primary dwelling units per acre as per the current City of Billings growth policy or similar planning documents. As I stated before, the annexation is expected to create approximately 7 or 8 lots for residential development, with possibly a single-family home or duplex on each lot, which would be consistent with the existing neighborhood character. And then finally, the proposed land use within the area to be annexed will need to conform with the goals of the adopted City of Billings growth policy. As I said previously, during the zone change criteria, the 3 growth policy goals that this annexation is meeting is our strong neighborhoods, our home base, and our essential investments goals. And then these are the zone change review criteria that the Zoning Commission considered when making their recommendation of approval. So with that being said, there are two recommendations. Firstly, staff is recommending approval of the annexation. Staff is recommending City Council hold a public hearing on the annexation. Upon completion of the hearing, staff is recommending the city annex the petition property with the staff recommended conditions of approval. And then secondly, the zoning commission is recommending approval of zone change 1077 and adoption of the findings of the 10 review criteria. The applicant's agent is also here with their own minor presentation to extrapolate on anything and available for answering any questions. With that, does the city council have any questions for staff?
Do we do anything? Do you want to recuse yourself now? Have you done that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll be recusing myself from participation in discussion and voting as my firm is representing the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholson, would you repeat what you told us earlier about ex parte communication?
I was contacted by an interested party through a phone call. There was no information that wasn't, there was no information exchange that wasn't already available in the public record, so I don't feel like I need to recuse myself.
Thank you. And for full disclosure, I'm sitting in a room with a bunch of my neighbors. I live just a few hundred feet from the subject property. I've had several conversations with legal department regarding a possible conflict of interest that I have, and I have been told that I do not have a conflict, and I've been convinced that I don't have a conflict. So I did want to be transparent about that. So I'll be participating. Mr. Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Question for you. With the annexation agreement that we're going to see in a while, what I notice is some from the pictures, and I haven't driven the neighborhood to know, but I believe I've been through it before a while ago, but there are no sidewalks through that.
That is correct. There are currently no sidewalks throughout
And so one of the things that it really bothers me is when we have a house put into a neighborhood with no sidewalks, and then the building department requires them to put in a sidewalk. And then it just kind of disrupts the entire look of the neighborhood. Is that going to happen in this annexation agreement? Are they going to require them to put in sidewalks?
As of right now, the annexation agreement reads that sidewalks are not being required at the time of annexation, but they are included within the waiver of right to protest any future special improvement districts. Normally, the sidewalks themselves are, for a project like this, they are generally addressed during the subdivision phase of the project. Let me go back to the map real quick to illustrate a small point. Currently the three areas that are being petitioned and to annex and zone change are not separate lots. They have not been subdivided from the parent lot yet, and we do not have an application in to do so at this time. So generally how it would work is in the future during the subdivision process, if and when it gets to that place, that the addition of sidewalks would usually be addressed at that point. Rules as written, our subdivision regulations currently state that any subdivided land that is within zoning does have to install sidewalks. However, the applicants can request a variance to that. To my historical knowledge, we have been able to grant variances to withhold that, especially in the instances where a annexation and subdivision is being done as part of a existing neighborhood where there aren't any sidewalks currently existing.
Okay, and Mayor, quick follow-up on that. And recently, this council, in opposition to my vote, but passed the fact that lights now have to be street lights have to be put up now. Does that also get impact in this? It's part of the subdivision process, so they would have to also go through the waiver process to not have lights.
That is correct, Councilor
The
Neese.
variance, I'm sorry.
The sidewalks and the street lights would have to be handled under the same procedure of asking for a variance at the time of subdivision.
Okay, but the SID would be there, so in case of the future, lights ever put in, they would have to put in. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Any other questions, Mr. Boyette?
So Hunter, just to make sure, prior to 2001, when I was on the recode, this property was zoned, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And then after 2001, we put it as P1?
Correct.
We could have put it as N3, but we didn't?
It would not have gone to N3. It would have likely gone to either rural resident. This whole parcel is still in the county, which is why it's here tonight. But the zoning in the county would have gone to rural residential, or for lots of this size, if it's over 10 acres, sometimes they designated it as agricultural as well. So
But
it would have gone
P1
to
forever, though, only since 2001.
correct 2021.
Thank you.
Yes.
2021. Okay. Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. Can you go advance, I think, 2 slides to the P1 right there? You have nature parks and conservation areas. Conservation seems to be a formal title, that it's been dedicated as conservation. Natural parks might be formal or might be just informal. Does it anticipate a formal designation of something as a conservation or a nature park, or is that just general use, just empty land?
I'll be frank, Commissioner O'Donnell, I'm not 100% sure. Generally, these designations are talked about in broad strokes within our zoning code. I'm not personally familiar with the distinction between the two officially. I believe Anna might comment on that.
Sorry, I'm not as tall as Hunter is. Mayor and council, to clarify, just what the definition is what Hunter's reiterating here. So we have nature parks, conservation areas that can be included within this P1 designation. It doesn't mean it is expected to receive that conservation designation. That might come from a formal process through a state or federal agency. It's just an open space area is what it really is. And he's giving examples of types of uses that exist within that.
So it's an informal designation rather than
That
formal.
it can be formal or informal, just it's an open space, and those are just uses that are described within this particular type of zoning.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we have a few more minutes till we've reached our designated break time, our little recess. So we do have one other presentation regarding this, correct?
Yes, the applicant has a presentation and wanted to give some comments, especially regarding some correspondence we received during the zoning commission meeting and further extrapolating on their proposal.
All right, let's hear from the applicant, please.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for your time tonight, and thank you, Hunter, for the presentation. My name is Taylor Kasperick. I'm with Performance Engineering. We're the agent on behalf of the owner, who is 22500 NOL LLC. I would like to clarify ownership of this land. So 22500 NOL LLC is a single member LLC, with the one member being Yellowstone Country Club. Yellowstone Country Club as a whole, including 22500 NOL, owns approximately 329 acres of land. Obviously, a lot of that land is utilized as both their clubhouse, the golf course, whatnot. Back in about 2023, in discussions with the board, they ended up moving this approximately 84-acre piece of land into 22,500 NOL, largely to separate their non-operating assets from their operating assets. And so that's a little bit of the backstory as far as why it's 22,500 NOL and also referred to as Yellowstone Country Club in a lot of these discussions. For all intents and purposes, it is one and the same. Yellowstone Country Club is the sole member of 22,500 NOL. Given that we are close to the break, I won't try to belabor points that Hunter has already made. But just to kind of give a recap of how we got here, and Mr. Mayor Nelson, you can attest to this, but we held a neighborhood meeting on January 21st. It, as well as subsequent zoning commission meetings, have been very well attended with a lot of interested parties. And that's led to us being here tonight. Similar to what Hunter said, and I think it's a key designation, is that what we're proposing as far as N3 suburban neighborhood residential is in direct alignment with what this land was previously zoned as prior to Project Recode in 2021. It was zoned as P1 during Project Recode, largely in part due to that it was owned by the country club. It was open space. One would have ascertained at the time that if it's owned by the country club, there's the potential that it would be a golf course, which would be P1, and it's open space right now, which would also be P1. So I think that's a lot of the backstory as to why it's P1 and didn't carry over as far as R9600 as it is now. But what we are proposing is to change this small area back to N3. When I say small area, we're talking less than 2% of the overall land that Yellowstone Country Club owns. And I would like to note specifically that what we're considering here tonight and what's before mayor and council is not the sale of this land or essentially the subdivision of it. We're solely asking that the land be rezoned to N3 as well as annexed into the city. Brief summary as far as a lot of the discussion and feedback that we have heard throughout this process. Concern regarding the rezoning going from P1 to a different zone district, whether that's N3 or not. Concern regarding the use and continued use of trails located on Yellowstone Country Club ground, and then concern regarding traffic, infrastructure, and impact to adjacent residents, which are all factors within the zoning criteria. While it's not typical that you would see land be rezoned from P1 to another zone district, I think going back to even, as was noted previously, it was previously zoned as R9600. Some of the statements that were made at the zoning commission meeting is driving through these roads and looking at these open areas. A couple of the commission members were baffled that they weren't already developed or weren't already zoned N3. And I think that that's a testament to what the country club is proposing to do with this in terms of actually putting to use land that is readily served by city water, city sewer, city roads. In addition, I think obviously this will be before council at future sessions, but I don't think it's unheard of or out of the realm of possibility that P1 land be rezoned for future development. I know the city will have that in front of them as far as publicly owned land, and this is private land that is being considered for annexation and rezoning. I included a couple of snippets here of maps from the growth policy, and just as this relates to zoning criteria number 1, the two figures here are essentially scenarios that were considered within the growth policy. I realize that they're very small, and I've tried to provide some indicators as far as where we're talking at. But what we're looking at is the west low density scenario as well as the west public preferred. As you can see that I've got indicated in the subject area, this area was not actually indicated on the either scenario. And I think a large part of that is because it was zoned as R9600 at the time that the growth policy was prepared in 2016. Subsequently to that, with Project Recode, it was rezoned to P1. But at the time this was prepared, it was already zoned as R9600. Now, a lot of the discussion and comments in regards to this application has been pertaining to the use of the trails. There are trails that run throughout this property. Looking at the figure there on the bottom, you can see the main trail that's utilized runs right at the base of the rim rocks as it's going through. I think the country club can attest to this, but the intent of this application is not to prevent people from utilizing that trail system that has been there. As indicated on this, even with this development, there would still be 4 other access locations that are open to the public via dedicated right-of-way at 54th Street West, Lawson Little Place, Chick Evans Lane, and Harry Cooper Place. With all that being said, this trail is on private land, and the country club is willing to let the public continue to use that as a recreational facility. Kind of working through those different access points. This is a picture of the existing right-of-way at Harry Cooper Place. So this would be on that northwest portion of the trail, essentially where it terminates as is today. This is where the trail really starts in this area, with a lot of users entering through 54th Street West. And as you can see in the picture there, this is also a very beaten down path and access point. This would be Chick Evans Lane, where you can see the roadway terminating, but also providing access to the overarching trail. And this is at Lawson Little Place, where you can see the right-of-way terminating and additional access to the trail. All four of these access points are proposed to remain open and available to the public. It's a little hard to tell on this exhibit here, but dimensioning off from the proposed areas in this application to those access points, we're looking at approximately 400 to 1,000 feet difference of where this access would come from. So people will still have access. Might just not be in the exact location as is proposed in this application. Lastly, just spinning through and how, we're in direct alignment with and appreciate the recommendations from both the zoning commission as well as staff. We think this meets the zoning criteria very well, and is in alignment with the growth policy. In particular, the city as a whole has already made an investment in putting water, sewer, roadways, all the critical infrastructure that's needed to serve a piece of land. All of that critical infrastructure is already in place and would not take additional investment from the city in order for this land to be developed and fully capitalized. That falls in direct alignment with the essential investments of the growth policy. We're proposing single-family home sites, which falls in line with the home base. And this would contribute to the already strong neighborhood in the area. As far as overall impact, looking at 7 single-family lots, that would generate around 66 total vehicle trips per day, which is far below the threshold that's considered nominal by both city engineering and ITE. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions that the mayor or council may have. And there's also representatives from the country club.
Thank you.
I
I'll tell you what, so 7:30 is traditional 10-minute break time. You guys want to take a break? All right, we're on recess until 7:49 p.m. I'll make it 39 p.m. Please take your seats. All right, will the applicant please come to the podium? Where's our engineer? I want to see if we have any questions for him. Good evening. All right, get ready. We're going to pelt you with some questions here, I think. Are there any questions for this presenter? Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. I did want to say, as far as you know, has anybody shown any interest, has approached the association, the country club, for purchasing those lots?
To my knowledge, no. I know that there has been some discussions even at the neighborhood meeting as far as potentially those in attendance that once they're available for sale, they would consider purchasing them. Obviously, right now, the land isn't broken off from the overlying tract. It's not zoned for, unless somebody wanted to purchase parkland. But it's not at the stage right now that it would be sellable necessarily.
And just to follow up to that, is anybody, obviously, if I had driven in that area, and I have many times, but I would look at that and say, okay, these are undeveloped lots of this continuous development right here. Has anybody contacted the country club and purchased any of the developed lots, given assurance that those lots would never be developed?
Not to my knowledge, and granted, this subdivision goes back to 1960s. So, I mean, there are representatives from the country club here tonight that could speak to current times and what has been conveyed at those sales. But I think that being a country club and having a board that essentially runs it and changeover of that board, it would be hard to say what assurances have or haven't been put forth in the past. There's nothing to our knowledge that's formally filed with the clerk and recorder saying this is going to be parkland. Does that answer your question, council member?
Yes and no. I'm wondering if anybody approached and said, hey, I'd like to possibly buy that lot. And if somebody in the country club ever said to them, if somebody said it's not for sale, it's going to stay that way forever. Or if somebody bought an existing house, a developed lot that's there, and they asked the country club about that, if they would have said, no, that's never going to be developed. You're safe to be next to an open lot or that type of thing.
Yeah, I can't speak to that myself directly, and I would defer to representatives of the country club. But my understanding is no, that there is this open space back there, but not necessarily that it's never going to get developed or sold. So.
All right, Mr. Kennedy.
A couple of things. The land behind those homes and behind that property, is that state land or is some of that country club land?
It's all country club land essentially behind the area that we're looking at.
All of that land people are using the trails is
Correct.
Country club land.
Correct.
And
basically, if you were to extend 54th Street north, it would reach a point up on top of the rims, and that's all country club land.
If the country club decided to develop all of that in the future, they have that opportunity?
There's not the intention of doing that
right
now, but it is private land, and so if they
I received a lot of emails that stated that people did not want access cut off. You showed us the 4 areas of access. Those 4 areas of access, are they permanent access points?
Correct. All 4 of those are dedicated right-of-way. Essentially to the private land that's owned by Yellowstone Country Club. So the trails are all on private land that's owned by Yellowstone Country Club, but those access points are dedicated right-of-way.
Thank you.
Ms. Geary?
As a follow-up to that question, are there current access points that will be eliminated in this process?
Correct. There are 2 access points within 2 of the 3 areas that we put forth for zoning and annexation. Okay. So there's 6 currently. There'd be 4 following development of this.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, if I may, with potential development in those spaces, does that create a lot or any disconnect among the existing trails?
No, and I'm probably not tech savvy enough to pull this back up, but in one of the exhibits, I had the overarching trail system highlighted in purple, and essentially intermediate to or on both ends of that, those access points would remain. And inside of those two, there's existing 4, and that would go down to 2. So there would still be 4 access points total, 1 at each end of the existing trail system, and then 2 intermediary access points.
Any other questions, Mr. Boyette?
So if I get this right, the country club could fence all that off and post it, could they not at this point? Because they own it, it's private property?
It is private land.
But they're allowing people on there to walk, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a question or two for you. In your work here, was it your responsibility or scope to look at the capacity of the water system in a neighborhood? I know that was a concern of a lot of emails.
Yeah, not as part of this application, but as part of the annexation application, Public Works Department did look at that, and if there was any inadequacies, I'm sure that would have been identified in the annexation agreement. I know that's not in front of the council here tonight, but having seen a draft of that, there was no mention of needing to increase capacity. There is existing water and sewer main in front of all 3 of the parcels. And so looking at the potential addition of 7 residential lots, in my experience, dealing with design of water and sewer, that would not change the capacity of the existing infrastructure there.
There have been I don't know if this is a question for you or for staff, but there have been a number of water main failures along Tommy Armour, 3, I think, in the last year, and then 1 further down. Is that something you would respond to, or would the city need to look at that?
I can defer to the city engineer as well.
Mac, you
I guess I would just say it would be 7 additional lots that would be paying fees towards replacement of that line.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Evening. So the question from my question is, in the last year or two, there have been 3 failures of the water main along Tommy Armour, and then most recently there was a failure further down of a water main there. So does the system, based on its age or whatever, does it have the capacity to take on new pressures and new use?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Council, I'm going to separate those 2 questions. First question, does the system have capacity for 7 new homes? I would say yes. And I say that one of the projects that we're wrapping up as we speak is that Zone 4 pump station that's on 58th. And what that allows us to do is pump more water out to this west end area. It actually pumps to the tank in Ironwood subdivision. So from a capacity standpoint, no concerns from our office. The question over the water main breaks, it's an aging system. That would be part of our sort of annual looking at water lines across the city and then adding those into our replacement program. We'd have to see if that one, rises to the top. Sometimes they're, it's hard to predict when they're going to happen. Maybe you have 2 or 3 and then you don't have any for 20 more years, but separate issues. But we would deal with the water main breaks as part of our annual replacement program.
All right, thank you. Anything else for staff? All right, I guess we should hear from the country club representative. Tell us your name and address if you'd like, and give us your spiel.
My name's Jeff Marachek. I'm current president of the Yellowstone Country Club. I don't have anything formal, but I am here to answer questions, concerns.
Mr. Nicholson first, then Mr. Neese.
As far as access to these trails, has the Yellowstone Country Club ever expressly given permission or denied anybody permission to use those trails?
We have not. Our current practice is to not restrict access to the trails, despite our lawful right to do so.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Jeff, do you, these are 3 sections that you're asking to change now for developing. There's a lot of land there that looks, and again, I'm looking at a map, it looks like it can be developed out. Is the board talked about increasing more housing within that area? You're just a stone's throw away from Ironwood. It doesn't look like there's any ability to be connected to them anyway, so there's no connectivity there. But is there plans to expand the housing development in that area further? And I'm not saying tomorrow, but like in long term, is there?
Yeah. We part of our course master plan includes a 3-phase project of developing our existing golf course. That, of course, is very expensive. That master plan led us to take a look at our non-operating assets, which includes this proposed annexation land, 2 other big plots of land, and then a whole section of land that's just to the northwest of our existing clubhouse. We currently don't have any plans to develop any of that. Frankly, we don't have the resources to develop any of that. That is not to say that in the future we wouldn't sell off some of that non-operating land to someone more appropriate and capable of development.
Okay, and Mayor, quick follow-up. Do you plan on developing these and building these out yourself, or just prepping them for lots and then selling them off for other developers to build on?
The plan for these 7 is to get them annexed, get them subdivided, and engage with a realtor to sell them on the open market.
Great, thank you.
Mr. O'Donnell?
So I'm curious, the developed areas around there, all the lots that have existing houses on those, when was that developed mainly?
Of course, I'm not familiar with that, but the subdivision has been around for decades.
Then why were those lots not subdivided in the first place? Why were they not? As I said, if I drive along that road, as I have before, it looks to me like undeveloped lots of a continuous subdivision. I wonder why were they left vacant in the first place?
To the best of my knowledge, the Yellowstone Country Club as an organization didn't develop the Yellowstone estates. We own certain property within that subdivision, but it wasn't our prerogative or our job to build out the subdivision as it currently is. So I can't speak to why those lots specifically were not subdivided originally.
And follow up, please. So again, the question that I posed earlier, how has the country club represented those lots to people who might have inquired about purchasing them? Or have they said it's open space, it's not for sale, it's for future development? What have they, I'm certain over the last 30 years, somebody has had questions about those.
Yeah, historically, lots. we have simply said those lots are not for sale. And to the best of my knowledge, there's no legal restrictions on the existing unannexed property. So I don't think there's any expectation that they wouldn't be for sale in the future, but they haven't been up until this point. And again, we are not talking about the sale of those tonight. We are talking about the annexation of those. So,
I have just one question or two for you, Mr. Marachek. So at your public meeting, what did you hear from the residents that came there?
There is considerable angst and anxiety over what will happen to the trails and the disposition of those as part of our this annexation. We heard that the proposed subdivision lines that we've created were adjusted so that they don't at all impact the existing trail structure. The only thing we are talking about now is the convenience of access. If you go back to that picture, there's essentially an east-west trail system that is unimpacted by our design and our annexation. There is a north-south access point that will be impacted, but that is 2 of 6 access points. So essentially the trails, the structure of the trails are not being impacted at all.
So I'm new to this, so please forgive me if this is an improper question, but have you thought about meeting your neighbors in the middle and providing them some access near the end of where Tommy Armour is?
We certainly considered that and realized that future or prospective homeowners would be impacted because these lots are not old farmland. They are not flat and they are not easily buildable on. Any reduction in size of these proposed annex lots are going to eventually impact the homeowners that choose to build there, making their job harder. And ultimately, we looked at the distance between access points is so short that it's not a terrible inconvenience to walk an extra 0.2 of a mile in one direction or another to get to the trails. So I think our concession right now is readjusting our proposed plans so the trail east-west is not impacted and continuing to not impede access to the trails themselves because they do sit on private property.
Okay, but can you show me a picture of what you're talking about?
Mayor, while he's doing that, could I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So are these actual trails or that are built out, or are they just kind of walking paths?
They're informal walking paths that have developed over the course of time through, unmonitored trespassing, essentially.
Okay.
So you can see in this picture here, there's one point that does go up to the trail that has since been altered and brought back to the south so that the purple trail line is not at all impacted by the proposed plans themselves.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Boyette?
Just to make sure, the Yellowstone Country Club actually owns that purple line, right?
Correct. We owned all the way up. We owned the black line.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Maracek? Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Your time.
All right, we're going to open, I think at this time, the public hearing on items 5A and 5B. Just for my personal interest, if you're here to talk about Yellowstone Country Club, raise your hand. Okay. So in my short experience on this body, if I could ask first that you would line up so that we can be efficient about this. Second, I don't in any way want to abridge anybody's speech, but if you can get by with saying, I agree with the person in front of me, that would be a good thing. But if you feel the need to speak, you have 3 minutes. So I see my next door neighbor, Mr. Cole. Would you like to start? It's nice to have you back, sir. Yeah. If there is anybody that wants to speak in addition to Mr. Cole, please line up. Come on forward and we'll get you through. And remember, there's 2 lines, not much waiting.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Bill Cole. I live at 3733 Tommy Armour Circle. It's nice to be with you. And I hope Mayor Nelson, all the new council members are enjoying your time in your new position and enjoying the experience. So, by way of full disclosure, I live about 100 yards downhill from the westernmost lot under consideration or area of, that's Area 1. I've lived in the neighborhood and hiked these trails for 35 years. I've also been a member of the Yellowstone Country Club for 35 years, although no one would know it because I never play golf, even though I pay my dues every month. And you're welcome back there. I would encourage the City Council to approve both items 5A and 5B, but only on the condition that the traditional and uniquely critical access way that has been used for at least 70 years in the middle of Area 2, it's one in the middle, between Ben Hogan and the nose of the rims that comes to the closest point of the road, be preserved, which is not the case under the current proposal. I would also encourage my country club to express its approval for this arrangement because it's the right thing to do and will keep peace in the neighborhood and in the clubhouse. Unlike in zoning and subdivision applications where the applicant is a citizen of the city or has expressed statutory rights to rezone or subdivide their property, no person has a right to have their property annexed. The city has almost unlimited discretion when it decides what property it will or will not annex and what conditions it will put on any such annexation. The country club has owned the property at issue for roughly 70 years, and it's never paid any city taxes on that property. My strong suggestion is that the council and the club agree to approve the annexation, but with a simple condition that the club will set aside roughly 1/3 of Area 2 in the middle of Area 2 for public access to and from the rims and for view shed protection. The protected area would take up roughly 1/3 of Area 2, or about 100 to 150 feet of street frontage, and include the existing trails immediately below the nose of the rim that comes closest to the road, with the exact location and dimensions and other details to be memorialized later when the club subdivides Area 2, which it will have to do if it wants to sell off those lots. This is necessary because the Harry Cooper access, a little bit to the west, is functionally and aesthetically much inadequate, as demonstrated by the fact that the natural access used by 90% is below the nose, which is far superior. So I think with that, that was, my time was up, I believe. So you got the point. I think that solves a lot of problems. Thank you,
Mayor.
My name is Cody Heffley. I live in the country club. Thank you for hearing me. This is private land. Heard that a lot. This is private land. 75 years ago, this sole argument might suffice. After 75 years of neighborhood history, development, and investment, this open space land is the cornerstone and main economic driver of this neighborhood and community it serves. History reminds us that 75 years ago, the Yellowstone Golf Course and estates were created as one development, one master plan. One. The golf course, the open space, the homeowners would mutually benefit each other. After 75 years, 400 homes now line the fairways and open space land. The 400 homeowners lining these open spaces was the original business plan to create the success of the country club to begin with. A link can be found today on the Yellowstone Country Club website to the 75-year-old brochure called the Yellowstone Club Development, a golf course, open space, and residential community. The brochure had two selling points. One was for the golf course. One was for the neighborhood. The last 2 pages of the brochure are talking points and pictures of house plans and property values. And I quote, this is from the brochure, and I quote, "Plan for the future. Consider the investment potential. With sloping terrain, each lot will have a wonderful view of the beautiful surroundings and will appreciate each year in value. Purchasers of home sites will be given first consideration to join the club. Today's studies show, Today's studies show living close to open spaces, your home values can appreciate up to 30%. Add in parks, trees, trails, 20 more additional percent in value. Living next to open spaces, you have 66% less chance of anxiety and depression, including children. Lastly, this neighborhood and community was specifically designed to benefit from open space land, including the golf course, open space land. Because the YCC finds itself in a temporary divot or penalty area, the YCC should not be allowed to forget history, go back and damage the 400 homeowners who created the YCC success to begin with.
Thank you.
Please protect this land. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Caitlin Heffley, Yellowstone Club Estates homeowner, Yellowstone Country Club member, Billings resident, and avid trail user. Fellow council members and Billings residents, I come to you passionate about these lots and their future. It has been 2 months since I was informed of their possible future, and in those 2 months, I have learned a lot about local government, statutes, and criteria. I have also felt the pressure to be dissuaded, to see these as easy, straightforward, a private business right. With all that knowledge and understanding, I come before you to make the case that this zoning fails to uphold the criteria set forth by the city for its citizens and for its future. I will state 4 criteria points which it fails and why. Criteria 3, whether the new zoning will promote public health, public safety, and general welfare. I challenge that if said lots are changed, it will reduce green space, therefore affecting the mental and physical health of the community members who use these trails daily. Criteria number 6, whether the new zoning will affect motorized and non-motorized transportation. I challenge that the community members who access the trailheads are by definition non-motorized entities and would be restricted. Criteria number 8, whether the new zoning considers the character of the district and peculiar suitability of the property for particular uses. I challenge that the rims and the land in proximity to it are the character of the neighborhood and the city. When you think Yellowstone Country Club or Billings, it's analogous with this geologic monument. Criteria number 9, whether the new zoning will conserve the value of buildings. I challenge that the YCC and the Yellowstone Club Estates created value in their lots by having access to nature and recreation. Decreasing land and access changes the appeal, amenities, and value of established lots. I hope you consider strongly what brings many of us out of our houses today. We are Billings and we are your constituents. We have listened, participated in the process of civil government, and speak as the vulnerable and affected if these lots are changed. Please vote no to rezone 1077. I conclude with a quote from a trail user shared with me today in passing. Thank you for talking for the regular person who uses rich man's land. Thank you, Caitlin Heffley.
Hi, my name is Natia. I'm from downtown Billings. And I hope you guys vote no. To start, there's over 17,000 unvacated homes in Billings, Montana. And I didn't write any of this down. I do have a lot to say, but hopefully I can just get it out fast. So I like how they highlighted suburbs. I find that really funny because this land specifically is going to benefit maybe 1% of the population. And then on top of that, the reason that there's not streetlights out there, the reason that there's not sidewalks out there is because it is protected. This is historical land. I'm surprised it's even owned, frankly. And yes, they do give us access, but it's not access we're worried about. Future generations, they might not have what we have outside today. So it's important that we protect it. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Seth Hedge. I live at 3611 Tommy Armour Circle, which is one of the roads that'll be impacted by this rezoning. I am in favor of the rezoning. I would have a bit of a unique perspective in that I'm probably the only person in this room that is surrounded by my neighbors and friends that is, I grew up in the neighborhood, age 0 to 19. I now live back in the neighborhood with my 4 kids. I'm on the Yellowstone Country Club board for the last 8 years, and I'm also a member. So I have a perspective of kind of all the viewpoints at question or at interest here. I think a couple things are very important to note. It's a two-way street, and the Yellowstone Country Club has been a very good neighbor to the neighborhood, and we continue to plan on doing so. As was pointed out earlier, we own hundreds of acres that the neighborhood freely recreates on. We have not restricted use, and we do not intend to do so. Really in question at these trails is one access point that runs north-south at the top of Ben Hogan Lane. I've gone up that trail thousands of times in my lifetime and down it. I walked the street yesterday, the loop with 2 of my kids, my 5 and 8-year-old girl. There's a less used access point at Ben Hogan and Harry Cooper that also exists. I stepped it off. It's 97 of my steps. I'm 6'2", from the trailhead in question to the access point that already exists. There's already a natural access to what we're talking about. None of the east-west trails would be unencumbered. The Yellowstone Country Club heard from neighbors and moved lot lines to ensure that nothing east-west would be encumbered. And there's a current trailhead 97 steps from the one that people are concerned about. I will walk 97 steps down the street to continue to access that same access point with my kids in the future. The club lets the neighborhood park dumpsters on our property, and the neighborhood roll up and expose of their waste every spring and fall. We let them host meetings at our club, and we continue to do so. We love the neighborhood. I think the neighborhood greatly benefits from having a high-end country club in the area. And it is true. I'd like to also clarify one point, that the lots are being used or are under review for sale for reinvestment in club assets. We started reviewing this well over a year ago from a board perspective. There was not significant reinvestment in our club, in the facilities, in the golf course for decades and decades. What those generations did do is they owned some appreciating assets. We're looking to sell a very small portion of that now to continue to modernize and keep that as a high-end club in the area. Thank you for all you do to serve our city and your consideration on this matter. I support the rezoning.
David Iron, we live at 3133 Ben Hogan. Thank you for hearing the pros and cons in this proposal. Understandably, a certain amount of emotion exists anytime neighborhoods change. I'd like to share some actual facts. These 7 lots are infill, pure and simple, which has been an emphasis of the City Council to use existing space in the city. You yourselves are considering sales of raw parkland to utilize such city space. These 7 lots are individual lots embedded in the neighborhood and on neighborhood streets. For ease of development, city services are curbside. These 7 lots represent 6% of the raw land held by YCC. 94% of YCC undeveloped open space is not included. The land was deemed P1 not because YCC members desired perpetual park status, but because by default the Yellowstone Country Club raw land was deemed P1 pending development. It makes perfect sense that a change in status occur on these 7 infill lots now. Regarding trails, YCC has graciously allowed public foot traffic on YCC undeveloped property. And it should be noted, as Seth said, that several lot lines originally proposed by YCC were changed by YCC so as not to impact the foot trails directly under the rim rocks. We've talked about the various entry points. Recently, I walked from one trail of contention, I consider it a trail of convenience, to the designated street access on Harry Cooper. Seth's feet must go a lot further than mine because I measured 150 steps, not 120, but 150 steps to get from that spot to the other. Last summer, our board and members invested nearly $2 million in renovating our golf course. Sale of these properties at hand ensures available capital for further investment in the iconic center of the neighborhood, a true Billings-wide asset, the Yellowstone Country Club golf course. It is the YCC board's expectation that each lot sold will be a member of the Yellowstone Club Estates Owners Association. At the Zoning Commission hearing, the chairman closed the discussion with his statement. This seems like an easy decision compared to the ones we face month in and month out. I support the request. Folks, this is a private property issue. Yellowstone Country Club is the best neighbor you could ask for. Indeed, Yellowstone Country Club is the iconic heart of the neighborhood, and I respectfully urge you to approve the zone change. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Canning. I reside at 3230 Country Club Circle, but it's not in this country club. I'm here to speak in favor of the annexation and zoning. I've been before this body many times and have come to realize that through all this, you can trust the process of this annexation and the zone change, and it works and it has an opportunity for people to speak and to be heard. You can trust your staff, who spends a lot of hours looking through this and have written a report. They continually do a great job on all this stuff and trust their results on this. And I think you can trust the growth policy and the other land use things that are in place to make this process work. And bottom line is, Dave Iron just said, this is private property. It's for them to use. It is zone P1 for open space and public ground. And to the good graces of the country club, they've allowed many people for many years to walk on it. But essentially, it's private property, and you're basically trespassing on it. And now it seems that people are pleading for park space and trails, and they're upset that it's going to be more inconvenient for them to access the trails, which would allow them to continue to trespass. And so I think the country club has heard the neighbors and has done a great job of amending and doing some stuff and accommodating, and it is their desire to be a good neighbor to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Nelson. My name is Tyler Maloney. I am a resident of Billings, Montana, and I grew up in and around the Yellowstone Country Club. As you all know, Montana statute and the Billings Municipal Code afford great weight to the 2016 Billings City Growth Plan in considering zoning changes. Simply put, the proposed zoning change does not comply with the growth plan. The growth plan is a reflection of Billings' desires for growth of the city and the uses of the land therein. The whims of the landowner to use property differently and is not a consideration set forth in statute or the growth plan. In fact, it is the very nature of zoning restrictions to preserve the interests of the community and preclude landowners from using property in a manner contrary to the established growth plan, which was adopted in 2016 and is good for a period of 20 years. The zoning change is not consistent with the growth policy. There are 4 maps in the growth plan that contemplate the use of this particular property that were previously shown to you. Take a closer look and you'll see that each map designates the subject property as parkland except the high density scenario, which simply does not contemplate its use. You'll note that in each one of these growth scenarios, the subject property was not considered desirable by the community or the city council as developable for anything other than parkland, despite the assertions by the applicant, who either recklessly misspoke or outright lied to the zoning commission, represented that the area is ripe and designated as infill. This land was in fact not contemplated as potential infill area in that map. At no point did the growth policy or the residents of Billings contemplate the proposed zone change. It is especially troubling that the planning staff and zoning commission did not take note of any objections or inconsistencies with the growth policy. They may have very well weighed all circumstances and concluded compliance with the growth policy exists. However, the lack of critical thought expressed in the report and recommendations suggests that the planning staff and zoning commission have not taken a fair, objective, and or diligent approach to its review of the zoning change. With that in mind, this zoning change request warrants each of your heightened and independent review. The growth plan provides that public input is paramount, and I quote, public input is paramount in producing a growth policy that reflects the community's goals and values, unquote. In furtherance of this mission, quote, over 1,200 comments were received from 35 public meetings, end quote. In receipt of those comments, the Billings City Council noted that, quote, parks, trails, and open space were among the most frequently cited concerns expressed by Billings residents. Again, please view these maps as the council intended and that the growth plan mandates, as a reflection of the public's desire that this land be preserved as parkland. Do not be distracted by irrelevant arguments such as the project recode or the correction of previous zoning misdirections. Public input, as reflected in the growth plan, inclusive of those maps that I'm talking about that were shown in Chapter 5, are your guiding light. This council's predecessor body resolved to give its voice to its citizens in the growth plan. I urge this Billings City Council to fulfill its obligation to make sure that voice is heard. Resist special interests that are inconsistent with the community's collective voice, and summarily deny the proposed zoning change. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dylan Petrick, a proud resident of Billings and also the Chief Operating Officer of Yellowstone Country Club. I apologize, we haven't updated our brochure from 75 years ago. I am here in support of the proposed zoning change that will allow Yellowstone Country Club to rezone 7 lots for more flexible use of our non-operating assets. The proposal is about responsible strategic growth that benefits not only our organization, but the broader Billings community. YCC is already a strong local employer. On average, we employ 120 individuals, with that number exceeding 200 during peak season. These are meaningful jobs for members of our community, supported by an annual payroll of over $3.5 million. These are not just numbers, these are livelihoods. They represent families, students, and long-term employees who rely on the consistency and growth of our business. Additionally, we generate over $7.5 million in annual revenue, contributing directly to strengthen our local economy. Beyond these measurable impacts, Yellowstone plays an important role in enhancing the quality and desirability of our community. The presence of a well-maintained, thriving country club contributes to increased home values in the surrounding area and helps Billings become an even more attractive place to live and invest in. The zoning adjustment before you is both practical and forward-thinking. It allows us to better utilize our assets, enabling us to continue growing our business, expand employment opportunities, and increase our economic impact. This is not about changing the character of this community, but about strengthening it. It's about ensuring that a long-standing local institution can continue to evolve, grow, and serve Billings well into the future. I respectfully ask for your support and a yes vote on this proposal. Support for local jobs, economic growth, the respect of private property, and continued investment in your economy. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your time. My name is Justin Moser. I live at 5978 Ironwood Drive, which means I am a neighbor to these properties that are being discussed. I am also on the board of Yellowstone Country Club. I just wanted to reiterate 2 points that have been made. I support making this change, obviously, but I think there's been an inference that this is a relatively new development. In 2017, Yellowstone Country Club started looking at all of its property in much more detail, and it had been done many years before that also. We had a thing called COVID. We then looked at it again in 2022, and at that point started a refresh, if you will, and hired a new engineering firm to work through this. So it is not a result of or a response to anything that has happened in the last 4 months. We have been working towards this resolution for some time, and I thank you for your help.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your time. Josh Hedge, 5910 Autumnwood Drive. I'm born and raised Billings, Montana. Grew up in the country club, lived my life up on those trails we're talking about. Currently live in Ironwood, the land bordering what the country club owns, with the country club bordering up to Ironwood. So my family of my wife and 6 kids and I use these trails all the time. Served on the board for 6 years, 2015 to 2021 at Yellowstone Country Club. And I can just vouch and say that for the reasons that you've heard in support, these are accurate. The other thing I would say that we haven't heard the positive side of this is that I agree that families living by open spaces is great for families, kids, the community. This is 7 more families that will get to do that with very unencumbered access. In fact, the access is a little bit easier. Going through that Harry Cooper route is actually better and much easier for kids and family. It's the one I take, because the one that respectfully former Mayor Bill Cole recommending splitting the lot, I would advise against that. I know we haven't hit that today. That's why I came up. I would advise against that for 2 reasons. It will make those lots much less desirable. It also creates a very, very steep upslope to that rim point. And that access is a little bit risky, quite a bit risky, actually. I've got a lot of bruises for my kids on that one. It'd be one of the country club at that point would have to consider, probably, I'm not on the board, but some more restriction to that point anyway if you divide it, because it is so risky. If you go up there, you'll see that, and I'm sure the home structures and everything. So we just didn't address that. That was my only comment, respectfully, to Mayor Bill Cole. I get what he's saying. I just would caution against that plan, because I think it's probably going to get restricted anyway. If I was on the board, that's what I would be restricting that one, because it's too dangerous. So thank you for all your time, and I'm in favor of it.
Hello, my name is Susan Plath. I live on Tommy Armour. My family has resided in the YCC since 1990. In the country club area. There are trails along the rims that my family has used from the moment we moved in. We are now on 3 generations of family using the established trails. When we bought this in 1990, our realtor did tell us, I specifically asked about the trails, and I was told at that time that that was for our use. I did not understand that the YCC owned that. I thought it was probably parkland, and that's why we were allowed to use that. So 3 generations have used these established trails. We've walked, jogged, biked these trails. We've climbed the rims. We've collected bugs for science classes and identified wildflowers and animal scat along these trails. Initially, I came here to talk about 2 surveyed lots that would have crossed those trails, making it difficult to continue using the trails. You would have to rock climb in one area. It's today that I learned that the country club resurveyed those 2 lots, and I want to thank them for listening to the neighbors. It really makes a difference to me, and I really appreciate that. I still do have a couple of concerns on lots 11 and 12. This is where they Bill mentioned maybe subdividing those 2 lots to give people a place to climb there. I agree with Josh. I think that would be difficult. It is a steep path. What I am concerned about is it is steep, and there are outcroppings of rocks that are separate from the rims. I am worried that when we start moving that ground to build houses there, that those those boulders will come tumbling down and not necessarily impact those 2 lots that are being developed, but the homes down below. I fully understand that the YCC owns the land, but I appreciate them allowing us to continue using the trails. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today, and I appreciate the hard work that you work on. Let me restate. And I appreciate your hard work on behalf of our community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Doug McBride. I live at 3137 Peregrine Lane. I've been a member of Yellowstone Country Club for 39 years. And I want to thank you for this consideration on this. I won't, as the mayor requested, go over some of the points. I think they were all well stated, but I'd just like to say that this proposal aligns with the city's stated priorities, respects property rights, preserves existing recreational assets, and represents responsible, efficient development. So I respectfully urge you to pass this annexation request. It's good for the club, it's good for the community, it's good for the state. Thank you.
Hey, Council, Mayor Nelson, Ryan Auer. I live at 3612 Tommy Armour Circle, so right in the neighborhood that a lot of the previous speakers have mentioned. Like Mr. Hedge, I grew up in the country club from 1978 to 1993 when I went off to college, raising my two girls there now over the last 5 years. Been a member on and off of the country club for 20 plus years and a very brief stint on the board. So a lot of different things have come into my mind as we've talked about this topic. I was initially against the rezoning entirely. As I've heard more speakers talk tonight and talk to many of my neighbors and friends, I'm 100% in support of Bill Cole's initial discussion of preserving that trail that goes up from the middle of Ben Hogan and Tommy Armour up to the top of the point. It's kind of been called. I think there's a way, without reducing the size of 3 lots, to just simply have 2 lots instead of 3 there, with that section still remaining preserved. 6 lots versus 7 lots. We're kind of getting into brass tacks there in that case. So, and if the country club's concerned about liability of slip and falls or whatever going up to that area, they should just shut the whole rims down, because it's probably riskier that you're going to fall off the top off of land that they already own than you are slipping on the trail going up to that section. So 100% in support of Bill's idea. A conditional approval with that section still preserved for hiking and historical use. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Adam, and I live at 3628 Ben Hogan Lane, right in the center of that parcel too. I'm also a country club member, and I live within 150 feet of the proposed zone change, and I did sign the petition. I just wanted to maybe provide some follow-up to some of the questions that I don't feel like have been answered, and also just provide a couple comments. I saw that one of the reasons that the zoning was suggested to be passed is that for the home base growth plan, I just noticed today that the home base planning is in support of sidewalks and trails that are important to the livability of Billings. So I don't know why getting rid of those would actually be in favor of the growth plan. We don't, also true to the theme, we do not have any sidewalks in our neighborhood, and the actual growth plan says that the trails are important to the livability of Billings. So I think that's a little, that didn't quite jive for me. The 4 access points they talked about, 2 of them, the right-of-ways, those are people's private driveways. That it ends with 2 driveways. There's nowhere to go. Those are their driveways. And then the third one is what Mayor Cole talked about, and it's a concrete V-shaped ditch. Like he said, the access is inadequate. So the 3 of the 4 that they provided are actually not access points. And if you use those right-of-ways, there's no trail to the trail system. And that's what we're all here about. Thank you for keeping the trail system in place. We're concerned about the access to the trail system. Yes, it's only 6 lots that provides all of the access to the massive trail system that we all enjoy. Also, you had a question about, have you talked with your neighbors or tried to come to an agreement? A couple months ago, I went to the country club and asked for a first right of refusal for any homeowner in the neighborhood so that they could keep it as open space. The country club could get their cash. I asked for a first right of refusal for any entity that was comprised of members within the homeowners association and was quickly rebuffed. And in walking around the neighborhood, talking to the 17 people who would be impacted by this zone change who signed the petition, many of them said that they had done the same thing, that they had offered to buy the land and keep it as open space because it is such a gem, and they were told no. So I hope that will answer your question there. I also think that the traffic has been maybe set aside. It would obviously increase more traffic. And I moved my kids up there. I have a wild puppy now that we use the trails almost every day. I moved up there solely because of this access, the open space and the trails. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, come on up and stand in line. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, John Forte here in no official capacity this evening. As a lifelong public servant, I understand the value of collaboration and transparency when creating change, none of which happened here. Put more simply, be a good neighbor. To Bill Cole's point, one simple action would solve a lot of problems. We need agreements in writing that these lots will in fact be added into the existing HOA covenants to ensure neighborhood continuity. And yes, those covenants are more restrictive than city code. Our neighbors are simply asking to formally codify their verbal and email intent to secure trail access and be a good neighbor. To me, this isn't about the access points, it's about the actual trail. PowerPoint bullets, statements to the media, and an email to council are not enough to codify this. The board has refused or simply doesn't care to engage in a meaningful way with our HOA and their neighbors. They want what they want. A lack of collaboration and initiative to be open and honest with club members, neighbors, and our HOA has eroded trust, and their word is simply not enough. For decades, every acre of YCC land has advanced quality of life and property values within our neighborhood. It is an asset, but we need assurances and not empty promises. I believe in governance by least restrictive means. Therefore, I respectfully ask council to condition this approval by requiring good faith engagement with our HOA and to create a formal consent agreement between both entities to control, secure access to these private trails and make these unofficial neighborhood trails official. Perhaps they'll listen to you. To my club board members and staff, thanks for allowing us to trespass. However, as a club member, I pay for access to that trail, just as I pay for access to play tennis or use the pool or walk the golf course. Again, this club is an asset and our neighborhood is strong, but it could be much stronger. We keep asking, and they keep saying to you and us that access will remain, but the value of their word has declined, like the assets on their balance sheet. Please ask them for this assurance in writing to be a good neighbor and do the right thing. Thank you.
Sorry, folks, this is just about talking, no clapping.
Evening, Mayor, Council. Matt Drange, live at 5622 Billy Casper Drive. So I am also a neighbor to this proposed change. One thing I did notice earlier in the discussion was Councilman O'Donnell, he brought up something about how these lots were never developed. I don't think anybody knows why they were never developed, but they are clearly sitting there prime for development. They are on the street. There are trails that cut through a majority of them. That has been a hot topic of discussion tonight. I will say I live right at the bottom of Quemet, which there are 2 lots in discussion for this zoning change. That's not an easy hike up. The Ben Hogan Trail is not an easy hike up. And there are those 2 trails, in my estimation, being a neighbor of these trails, those are basically neighborhood shortcuts. I don't being where I live, I never see public come into the neighborhood to park at the top of those loops, hike up those trails to then go east and west, right? You go east, or I'm sorry, west into Ironwood, you go east toward town, and you end up back at the top of those loops. I never see that based on where I live. Again, based on where I live, I come out my street. I live at the very top of 54th Street West. Always a line of cars parked there. That has been the main access for that trail system, in my estimation. I am strongly in favor of this proposed change. Another aspect, I thought I heard someone say, I apologize, I didn't hear who said it. Someone brought up the lack of tax revenue that these lots have generated based on their zoning. Sell them, develop them, tax revenue, right? That's just the business owner in me coming out. So again, strongly in favor of this proposal, and I think we thank you all for your time. My last point is the water mains. The most recent one that broke up there was right in front of my house. Major props to the city of Billings. That was done in a day. Great crew in front of my house. My kids loved it. Have a good night.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Before you get started, will there be any further public comment? If there is, please come forward and stage yourself up front. It would save us a few seconds. All right, you're on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Elizabeth Halverson. I have lived on Sam Snead Trail in Billings for 33 years. My friends, family, and I, grandkids, dogs, regularly use the trails. I understand tonight that annexation is not a foregone conclusion. If that is true, I would appreciate it if the city would closely evaluate whether this proposed annexation is in its best interest. I strongly second what Mr. Forte said. We need things in writing. Access has been cut off to the trails in the past. The trail system is really an iconic, valuable treasure to our community. It fits so well with the growth policies that we have identified. We have identified our values and said we want parkland and open space. But access to the back nine has been whittled away over the years. I've watched it happen. I've watched the fences go up, the barbed wire, and the warning signs. And we should probably have a greater conversation as a community about what kind of access we want to have, long-term, a strategy to secure public access to that entire trail system. It costs nothing to maintain, and it does honor the growth policy. I think there's a reason that the country club has not developed those lots. They're really tough to build on, and they're probably a rockfall hazard. I think the YCC has probably agreed for decades that that property is most appropriately used as open space. I get that from the fact that for 50 years, while major subdivisions were being developed all around us, YCC decided to continue to hold that land as open space. It sounds like they set up a separate LLC to hold its non-operating assets, that is open space, acres. Logically, the YCC gained tax benefits from holding the property that way. And in 2021 had the chance to protest that parkland designation and chose not to do so. I think the benefits to the YCC must exist there. And I do want to thank you. I think that this is a two-part process. You have the annexation issue, and then you have the zoning issue. And I would ask that you deny the annexation, and then you won't have to reach the zoning. But I do appreciate your taking time and attention on this, and I appreciate your work as public servants. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council.
Hold on just a second before you get started. Is it proper for this gentleman to speak during public hearing? It says he's already been. Yeah, we'll call you back up if we need to.
Sounds
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other public hearing? All right. So do we have questions for our engineer? Yeah, I will. Not yet. I'm just debating if there's anybody else. Anybody else for the third time? Any further public comment? All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing and ask our engineer now to come up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't have a lot to add. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion back and forth, but would just like to make a couple clarifications. First, as it relates to the growth policy, as you may remember from the slide that I had up, there are different maps within the existing growth policy. There's about 4 different ones within Chapter 5, which is referenced: high density, low density, west preferred, infill. I will admit I did misspeak at the zoning commission meeting. If you look at those maps, it's very hard to tell where those hexagons are. I mean, they take up probably close to a city block. The 2 that I showed tonight are from the low density as well as the west preferred. The area that I was referencing during the zoning commission meeting is designated as essentially where the country club is looking at a future back 9 potentially, but not this area. The area that is identified in those, or the area that we are looking at, is not identified on any of those maps as park, as residential, as anything. And I think a lot of that goes back to the growth policy was written in 2016. At that time, those lots were zoned as R9600. And so like as zoned land, it probably was not a consideration of the growth policy at that time for what these particular areas would be. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then in addition to the access points, the 4 existing access points that would carry through in this proposal are dedicated right-of-way. People may have their driveways coming off of those dedicated right-of-ways. There is various improvements within those right-of-ways, but they are dedicated right-of-ways that are owned by the city of Billings currently. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, as well as if the owner would have an opportunity to address any.
Mr. Neese.
I'm not, don't have any questions. I just want to get a motion out there so we can start the process. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve resolution conditionally approving the annexation 2601 as recommended by staff.
We have a second.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'll speak to my motion. Looking at this property, this is really needs to be brought into the city. I thank the gentleman who mentioned about the map that was online. I actually took a look at that, and it mirrors right up to what was there, and everything north of there is all sites in the brochure says it's going to be future development. So from the beginning of when this was first published, this was all planned to be future development. So I think this is really a correction in the recode process. The club members benefited a little bit for over the last few years, paying a few dollars in taxes. Now they're just bringing it back in for development. So again, this is something I think that we'll see hopefully more future development north of that because there looks like some more prime land there to be developed. In fact, there's other roads that even the future map shows other roads in there that are to be developed in the future. So I look forward to this, and I think everyone should vote in yes in favor of this.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm not used to this, but I think I'll make a substitute motion in that approval, but contingent upon the written suggestion of Mr. Forte, I believe, to require the country club, having given historical 75 years access to this open space trail system, that they provide and guarantee reasonable and accessible access to trails from in that area. I don't know exactly how to word that, but I think that well, I'll make that motion substitute motion. Yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Boyette.
Yeah.
Can we do that, our attorney, legally? I don't know that we can. That's why I'm asking the
legally
question.
What? The substitute motion?
No, anything
Okay.
asking for more than what we're allowed to say.
Councilmember Boyett, Mayor and Council, when you say asking for more than, so I think maybe the motion wasn't worded eloquently, but I think that the intent was something along the lines of what former Mayor Cole represented earlier or proposed earlier. And yes, I think council could condition the annexation on such a condition. And we would just need to work through what that language is. So all of you can, I guess, discuss exactly what it is that your intent is. But annexations can be conditioned. So you could, for example, require a certain described portion to be dedicated to the public or something like that. And then those details could be further worked out and included in the annexation resolution and further described in the annexation agreement.
So, Mr. O'Donnell?
Is there do I restate the motion?
We need to clarify the motion,
Okay.
motion and then ask for a second on that.
Well, the motion would be to approve the annexation request, conditioned with the Yellowstone Country Club, the owner of the property, to maintain reasonable and accessible access to the trail system. However, they would design mutually with the property owners in their area with the association to do that. Certainly, there have been areas that were said that the incline is so steep that it's
Point of order?
really not reasonable.
He's speaking to his motion before
Yeah,
it's
Oh,
seconded.
that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I told you I'm new to this.
So, yes. So, Mr. O'Donnell, so to clarify your motion, there's currently 4 access points. And you would conditionally approve it with those 4, or would you want another access point?
The 2 of those access points were regarded as being unreasonable, as being too steep and dangerous.
So,
actually, so
before you speak to that,
yeah.
Are you asking for an additional access point? So
No.
they have 6 now, and it's going to go down to 4. And are you saying 4 is okay, or do you want more?
I want the reasonable and accessible access as agreed to between the Yellowstone Country Club and the residents of the area. And it's up to
yeah.
them to decide what's reasonable.
Do we have a second for that?
Mayor, I'm listening to that. I'm not so sure that that could be made part of that. That's not something we could condition the annexation on. I think he's referencing an agreement between other parties, and this would have to be something.
So we've asked for a second. Seeing none, I think the motion dies. Okay. One moment, please.
I haven't
Yes,
spoken
Michelle.
at all. I would like to just, I have a question, a legal question.
Thank you.
Or the
I'm
question
sorry,
is called.
He called for the question.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, Mr. Boyett.
calling the question ends debate immediately.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Because I've forgotten already who seconded it. All right, Mr. Boyett.
This is the first time we've had.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so should we vote?
You have to.
Yes.
Okay,
On what?
on the motion.
The motion is
The
stated, please.
Mayor, if I may, once the question has been called, debate ends immediately, and there does need to be a second. The question of whether to call the question is not debatable, and 2/3 vote is required to call the question.
I'll second.
All right, shall we vote? All those in favor of voting, please raise your hand so we can see if we have 2/3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 8. 7. So we're good. Now we vote.
I think you only need 6 because there are 2 recusals, I believe. Oh, just 1. Oh, Mark didn't.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So you need,
Thank you.
so you need 7.
All right, so now we have a motion on the table. Generally, to approve a resolution conditionally approving annexation 2601 as recommended by staff. Am I correct? All right. Is there any discussion regarding the? There's no? Oh, we don't.
We called the
Thank you
question.
for that. Here we go then. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion passes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
I believe the motion passes unanimous.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution of zone change 1077 and adopt the findings of the 10 review criteria as recommended by the zoning commission.
So moved by Councilperson Neese, seconded by Councilperson Boyette. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, item 6.
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 4 to include recently annexed property in Annexation 2601, a parcel generally located near Tommy Armour's Circle and Ben Hogan Lane, Yellowstone Country Club. Staff recommends approval.
Mayor? Oh, I'm sorry, public hearing.
Do we have anybody from the city?
Ward boundary?
Boundaries.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
There's no
Do we have
presentation.
a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Just public hearing and then.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
just
sir.
for clarification, I'll be recusing myself from this vote as well, as it's related to the last topic.
All right, very good. So we're going to have a public hearing on this item 6. Is there any public comment on item 6? Any public on item 6, expanding the boundaries of Ward 4? All right.
Mayor?
Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and call for a motion.
Mayor? Oh, Councilmember At.
Mr. Lindley.
Mayor, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 4 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Is that you, Mr. Neese? Any discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? It's a unanimous. Item 7.
Public hearing and first reading ordinance amending Billings, Montana City Code, BMCC, sections 24-354, 355, and 358, noise regulation of motor vehicles. Staff recommends approval.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Do not have a presentation on this topic. It was brought to you last week. There have been no substantive changes since last presented. We did confirm with Judge Kolar that the penalty portion, which generated a lot of discussion last meeting, is in fact, where we're at right now. It's under 18-1304. Judge Kolar rang in this afternoon and she writes, I quote, it's a municipal infraction. The base is $100. It's up to the council if you want to raise it. She adds that the ordinance needs to be clearly written and provable. That is an admonition to legal and the police department. And so as it stands right now, the minimum, again, a base of $100 for a first offense, up to $300, and then it's $500 for a subsequent offense. Municipal infraction, you may change that, but it would have to be another amendment to 18-1304. I would recommend we move forward and get started with it if we can need to make adjustments if we have to later. Other questions that came up during the discussion, I think were clearly delineated in the new ordinance. Specifically, we talked about quiet zones. The only quiet zone that exists in Billings right now, that would be the 27th Railroad crossing. Everything else is regulated by decibel level, but it is specific here to hospitals, residential areas, things of that sort. So we have the latitude in there, but there's nothing where there's a sign specifically on that particular area there. Certainly there's some zoning classifications, but it clearly talks about proximity to dwellings, schools, hospital, places of assembly, and where pedestrians and bystanders are. So there is a lot of latitude there. Again, Mayor and Council, no substantive changes. We recommend that you pass this, and we'll get to work on it. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Mr. Aspenlater?
Mayor, if I may, I apologize for interrupting. I just want to clarify, the chief said there's no substantive changes. However, as you'll see up on the screen, the direction I took, I think incorrectly from the last meeting, based on our meeting this morning, that I provided this edit because it was my understanding that council would like to see a mandatory minimum fine here. So while the chief is correct in that the section 18-1304 generally provides for a $100 fine, that applies to all municipal infractions. So we wouldn't want to make the change there, but you could impose a mandatory fine here in this section on these specific offenses. And so if that is what council wanted to do, there's some proposed language there for council to consider on that. And this language simply provides for a mandatory fine of $300 for a first offense and a $500 fine for a subsequent offense. And I also just included within a 12-month period. That's something you could strike, but my thought there was if somebody didn't have an offense for 5 years, that maybe you wouldn't necessarily want that to be considered a subsequent offense. So that was another just a thought that I had to include there. So for your consideration is that language.
All right, thank you. Mr. Aspenlater?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Gina, just so I'm clear between what you just said and what I thought I heard the chief say, if we include this language that you have highlighted here in yellow, that would not require us to go back and change 18-1304 like Judge Kolar had insinuated. Is that accurate?
That's correct. That would, if you change that section, that would be applicable to any and all municipal infractions. And that wasn't, I think that was not what was discussed here.
Yeah.
So this would just apply here.
I think what you did was exactly what I was looking for, which was set some mandatory minimums and an escalator for subsequent offenses. The only thing that I would comment on with this proposed change is I agree that, you know, a subsequent events 3 or 4 or 5 years later probably should not carry the big stick. However, a lot of times we're dealing with teenagers. I have one. Teenagers are dumb. They don't learn the first time, and they don't learn the second time often either. So I would change the 12 months to 36 months, and that kind of encapsulates the high school teenage years to make this punitive like it was intended. So that would be the only change that I would recommend in this, is changing that 12 months to 36. I'd be open to 24 if somebody was more comfortable with that. But I think we need to stretch that out a little bit further than the 12 months. But otherwise, I appreciate the language that you two came up with. Thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Pittman, you're next.
I just had another clarification. So I had mentioned at the end of the last meeting, do we have to exempt first responder sirens? And it's struck out in here and said it's referred to somewhere else. Could you just expand on that? It's on section 24, 353.
Councilmember Pittman, I'm just trying to pull it up here. You're referencing language specifically in 24-353?
That's what it says here. You have it struck out as exemptions and then have it as authority. And then it says this chapter is adopted under the authority granted to municipalities 7-1-4123 MCA.
Right. Yes, that's simply the legal authority that provides council to adopt, like the police power council has to adopt such a
Could you speak up,
ordinance.
Gina? Could you speak up?
Yes, apologies. Is that better?
Thank you.
That language is simply the reference to the state statute that provides council this police power, this legal authority to enact this ordinance.
Follow up then, Mayor.
Follow up.
So the follow up, do we have to how do we put an exemption to make sure the fire police can respond with their sirens and they're not in violation of our own ordinance?
Council member, I do believe that there is a stipulation under 24-357.
Right below section F.
It says chapter shall not apply to authorized emergency vehicles operating with emergency equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Boyette, you're next.
Say, Chief, it says an officer may issue a citation based on personal observations or other admissible evidence when a vehicle produces unreasonable noise. Well, as a cop, I could write a ticket because you were speeding because I had a radar gun. I could arrest you for DUI because I could do a blood test. Here, it's only going to be the officer's word against the other guy. And I see a lot more conflict with that in a court system, him versus me, and or me versus him. Is there anything that we can give the officer, a tape recorder or something that can back up what their claim is? Have you thought about that at all?
Council member, yes, I think that's one of the admonitions that Judge Kolar had, is to make it provable. It's the same standard we use with loud stereos, for that matter. It's just, I heard it and it was over 50 feet. So it's the same standard there. I would say that we also have in-car cameras and body cameras. And a lot of them are pre-activated. They record ahead of when you actually turn them on, so we should be able to capture some of those. I think that will be a challenge, however, but at the end of the day, if the officer can clearly articulate, has credibility, and can make his case, then that should be a prosecutable situation.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. Clarification, please, Gina. On that yellow part that you had highlighted there, it says subject to a $300 fine. It seems to me that that is the language contrary, my understanding is contrary to Councilmember Aspenleiter, that would subject to would be a maximum, not a minimum.
Councilmember O'Donnell, Mayor and Council, actually the language is that a person found in violation shall be subject to a civil penalty. So that is that's mandatory language. So the judge.
Well, the word subject to
Um,
Would,
We can
indicates to me,
change the word subject to if you don't like that, but the word shall makes it mandatory. So we can finesse that to something.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, it seems to me saying subject to a $300 fine would mean, says, yeah, you're subject to a $300 fine, but you're also subject to anything other than that. Subject, the word subject is that you're liable to a $300 fine, but it's
Okay.
not necessary. That's,
Like I said, we can change that word to something else, but I respectfully disagree with your interpretation, but I'm happy to find something that works better.
and then, Mr.
Absolutely.
Mayor, oh, if I could ask a question to the chief. We've discussed this before, and I think even last week, I don't see how, I think the ordinance is great, the way it's written. It gives you and your people something definite that you said was lacking, and I appreciate that. However, I really don't see that it's enforceable. As a person whose bedroom is right on Shiloh Avenue, this last weekend in the dark, there were people making a lot of noise on there. It's tough enough to catch them in the daylight. How are you going to catch anybody at night?
Well, again, we're going off of sound, and I need to be able to positively identify the vehicle and the driver in order to to have the requisite probable cause to make a stop and issue a citation on that. Nothing changes there. This is going to be difficult. It's incumbent upon us to take enforcement action, but this is a tool that you can give us to help it make a lot easier. It's just unwieldy to all of a sudden try to use a sound meter when, I have no idea when somebody's going to go past a particular area at a particular time. This gives us a tool that we're right there, we observe, we hear, and we can take action. Yes, it's going to be very, very difficult, but it's incumbent upon us and upon me to make sure that we utilize it as best we can. Right now, we don't have a usable tool to address this issue.
Mr. Mayor, one other thing. I'd like to ask the chief, if we pass this ordinance, I'd like to get an update within 6 months or during this 6 month period of how many times you ticket based upon this offense. Thank you.
Happy to do that. Keep in mind there's a 30-day marination period, I believe, before it actually goes into effect. So 6 months and 30 days would be an extra request. But yes, happy to report back. That certainly a good request.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Can we just have the screen show the changes on here so when we go to approve it, we know what the changes are?
You bet. You bet.
This screen, can you show the yellow changes you made on the screen?
Yeah, just scroll
Thank
down.
you.
So while she's doing that, I'm going to go to the public hearing regarding item number 7 on the agenda. If there's anybody who wishes to speak to the first reading of the ordinance, please come forward, state your name, where you live, and give us 3 minutes. This is regarding item number 7 only.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. Hopefully you will support and move this ordinance forward. One of the tools that used to be in the old law that now has come back into this particular ordinance is increased noise beyond the vehicle's original manufacturer specifications. And that used to be the old law back, man, that was back 10 years ago. And then they changed it and took that out. So there is an additional tool there that if someone determines that the original manufacturer's equipment has been modified, that would be a probable cause reason to stop that vehicle and be able to see if it has been modified. So that might be a tool in the toolbox that comes back into play that's been gone for a while. And statistics. This is an interesting one. 42,000 deaths, traffic deaths in the United States. 30% of them are related to speeding, reckless driving, about 11,000 per year when we've had some. I mean, just the other day, a vehicle went plumb through Broadwater and into Softy's ice cream storage facility. You know how fast you got to be going? Remember the picture in the paper? The guy launches over the first house and lands on the second house going down Grand Avenue. You think that was his first attempt or first speeding? No. So I would just hope that, you know, you take the steps. Let's take a small step. Let's get some enforcement, additional tools in the toolbox, and see what we can do about some of this dangerous, reckless, and aggressive speeding. Thanks.
Any other public comment regarding item number 7?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live at 489 South 44th Street West, and my apartment directly faces Shiloh Road. I'm right over by the college over there. And last weekend was out of control. It was out of control. We're talking motorcycles, but we're also talking big giant trucks. I don't get it. They ride up and down that street, and they hang out over by the AMC Theater. I am 100% in favor of supporting this ordinance change. The only comment that I would like to say is I think a 24-month window it's enough. You know, if they don't learn on the first or second time, I think they will. Anyways, I hope you pass it. Thank you.
Any other comment regarding item number 7? Seeing no movement, I'm going to close the public hearing on this and ask if there is a motion regarding this item. Mr. Aspenleiter.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance amending BMCC sections 24-354, 355, and 358 noise regulations of motor vehicles as recommended by staff.
Second. Mr. Kennedy.
I'm not done yet.
Sorry.
With Ms. Dahl's highlighted language changing 12 months to 24 months.
Second.
Hold on just a second. I think Mr. Kennedy beat you to the request, but I want to see if he still wants to second. Mr. Kennedy seconds. All right, so the motion is to make the changes in highlight and add 24 months as subsequent violation time period. Any discussion regarding the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote now. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say aye. That's a unanimous vote. Thank you, Chief. Item number 8. Ms. Bowman? Oh, hold on just a second. I'm going to propose or ask something of the council. I think we've been here a while again since our last break. Everybody okay with going on, or would you like to take a 9-minute break? This will be a while. All right, we're going to take a break until 9:28. Item number 8, have you read it?
No?
Would you like to?
Sure.
Please do.
Okay, resolution providing direction to staff regarding property taxes and the FY 2027 budget. Staff and the Budget and Finance Committee recommend approval.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's get this started. All right. I have before you a resolution this evening that was brought to Budget and Finance on March 11th. We spent quite a bit of time going through this, as I will again this evening, all regarding our property tax funding formula for next fiscal year and how it relates to the budget that we're developing. So the resolution that's before you tonight is asking for direction to staff on how to proceed with that. It is not making the final election on your determination of how you want to tax yourselves or tax the community, but you'll have that opportunity when setting mills in August or perhaps early September. But I want to get this before you so we have good direction from you going forward. You will have opportunities to deviate from your direction tonight. However, the closer we get to September, the more challenging that becomes. That's why I feel like it's important to get that from you today. And that is what's before you. So just to kind of set a tone of what it is you're being asked to provide direction on. The recommendation is that we proceed with developing the budget under MCA 15.6.401.4A, which is transitioning all of the city's property tax mill levy structure to 15.10.420 or the floating mill concept as allowed by law. So we're going to start back in 1977. I'll give you some history on how the tax law for Billings got to what it was and where we're at today and what we're asking for from you guys. I'm trying to minimize your faces on this screen because I can see you. All right. So in 1977, we the citizens passed the charter or adopted the charter, which established 74 general purpose mills, which could not be exceeded without a vote. And in 1980, voters approved additional 10 mills for transit. In 1994, 5 mills for the library. In 1998, the voters approved the first public safety mill levy. That was not put on tax bills until 1999. And in 1999, the legislature established 15.10.420, which is commonly referred to as the floating mill. And that limitation sets a revenue ceiling for local governments across the state of Montana. And I'll describe that further later. In 2001, the legislature further amended 15.10.420 and then also added into the section of statute for mandatory provisions the sentence, "The provisions of 15.10.420 apply to self-governing local government units," meaning your charter cannot allow you to violate 15.10.420. You must comply with this. In 2025, as many of you are familiar, the legislature again did significant property tax legislation, which directed the city of Billings to levy the number of mills necessary to generate the same revenue in 26 that it generated in 25. In order to do that, we had to levy more mills than what our charter allowed. So 15.10.420, just a very general summary of it. There is some more detailed nuance in how the formula works, but the high-level summary is you look at last year's revenue, you apply an inflation factor that is given to us by the Department of Revenue, but it's a rolling average of half the rate of inflation for 3 years. That gives you a new number that's slightly higher than last year's, and you levy the number of mills necessary to generate that much revenue. I should say, that gives you the authority to levy that much. You do not have to levy the number of mills to generate that much revenue. But if you choose not to levy that amount, that authority carries on from year to year. You don't forego that forever. In 2025, the legislature amended 1510-420 outside of the two major property tax bills, and they got rid of half the rate of inflation, and they said local governments can get the rolling average full rate of inflation or 4%, whichever's lower. The mandatory provisions portion was added in 2001 that said 1510-420 applies to self-governing local government units. Admittedly, I was unaware that that was a mandatory provision until a few years ago. I had always been under the assumption, and it appears from everything I've seen from before I was at the city, we never calculated what our authority was in 1510-420. And so in 23 or 24, I went back and said, okay, had we enacted 1510-420 in 1999, what was that authority and how did that relate to those mills that exist, those three mills, the general fund, library, and transit, the ones that were in place in 1999, and was relieved and pleased to find out we had never violated 1510-420 because we stayed at our charter cap, which was below that authority. That authority is represented there by the blue line. These are just numbers of mills. This is not necessarily representative of revenue. As you can see, those three mills stayed at 89 mills from 1984 to about 2015. And largely when property values increased quite a bit, the floating mill comes down. Council also recognized that and lowered the number of mills that we were levying as well. When you layer in on top of those the voted levies, we did exceed 1510-420. That is allowed. Those are voted specific additional mills on top of 1510-420. So those green mills are all three of our public safety mill levies that we still have today. So House Bill 231, Senate Bill 542 is now in statute in 156401. This language is exactly from the bill. But just highlighting here, in Part 2 of that statute, the legislature clearly laid out their intention was to supersede local government charter mills that fix mill levy limits for their limited purpose of exercising their power to tax. So they were very explicit on, in my opinion, the city of Billings, you will do what we tell you to with respect to levying mills. Further, in that same section, Part 3 gave direction. It has really two areas of direction for local governments on how to apply the tax mills going forward. Part 3 is specific to a local government with a charter form of government that includes mill levy limits of specific numbers of mills. That's us, and that's Sunburst. This is, so far as we know, that's it in the state of Montana. This was specific to us. The problem with this section is that it has contradictory language that can't be complied with. And I've highlighted it here and added some bolding for your benefit. But essentially what it says is the first year you're going to levy the number of mills to generate 25 revenue. That's what I've highlighted in green. When it says, so I'll read it. So shall levy the number of mills in fiscal year 26 and subsequent tax years that will generate the amount of property taxes assessed in fiscal year 25. That's fine. Then the next sentence says in fiscal years 26, the local government may levy an amount not to exceed the number of mills levied in fiscal year 26. So in order to generate the amount of revenue that we levied in 26, you cannot increase your mills. The information we've received from the Department of Revenue indicates that the value of a mill is going to drop next year as we get fully implemented into the new property tax structure. So in order to generate the same amount of revenue we are levying this year, we would have to increase our mills above what we levied this year. This year we levied about 244 mills. We'll likely have to increase that by about 2% in order just to maintain a 0% revenue growth. So that's the contradictory language here. You can't maintain that 2026 cap and still generate the same amount of revenue we did in 25 and 26. Then we look further to section 4, which was provided, doesn't have the contradictory language, but provides 2 options to local governments. So many communities have voted levies that were also going to be significantly reduced in their value through this property tax structure changes. And the legislature put in this language, which the city of Billings certainly applies to the city of Billings, though it doesn't talk about a charter here. It says a taxing entity with a local mill levy limit of a specific number of mills that was authorized by the voters. That's all of the mills in our charter. Shall do A or B. And A is move your voted mills to a dollar-based levy, and then transition to 1510-420. B is levy the number of mills needed to generate the same revenue you did in 25, and that's your new cap. B does not require you to generate that same revenue in subsequent tax years, therefore does not have that contradictory language. In any one of these scenarios, the year 1 implementation is the same. You're going to levy the same amount of revenue in 26 as you did in 25. So we've done that. The question is now, what next year? Because you have options. Some of them can't possibly be done, and some of them are potentially, I don't want to say detrimental, might be too challenging or too strong of a word, but they're very negative to the city of Billings' ability to continue to provide services. So just very simply, we are a taxing entity. We have a local mill levy limit with the number of mills. It was all authorized by the voters. So then we can choose A or B. A will result in about a 2.95% increase in tax revenue authority, which would be about 1.6 million to the positive. B, our projections are about a 2% reduction in tax revenue, or a $1.1 million reduction. Almost the entire amount of both of those is general fund and public safety. You all are aware that's where the bulk of our mills are. That is where the reduction of the revenue will come from.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Gina, I told her to jump in at any point.
He did, so I am going to. I just wanted to make a comment about 4B. I think that 4B could be problematic because it has a sort of a similar problem that I see in subsection 3, but what I'm referring to here is 4B, then it's another legislatively created cap on the mills. And as Andy just got done discussing, the provisions of 1510-420 are mandatory provisions. And so everything in this bill is leading local governments to follow the path that is required by the legislature in 71114, which is the mandatory provisions, which says the provisions of 1510-420 apply to self-governing local government units. And 4B then creates another new cap in violation of 1510-420. So that's something I think the legislature didn't think through exactly. And that's problematic.
Thank you. I'm nearly wrapped up. So again, the recommendation by the staff as well as the Budget and Finance Committee was to proceed with developing the budget under 4A, which would generate the authority for new tax revenue of about 2.95%, place it on this meeting as a regular business agenda item, but then also provide the opportunity for public comment specifically on this. So I wanted to remind you of that. And then to my very early comment about your opportunities to make changes, because this is direction. I think this probably could have been done at a work session, but we wanted it to be at a regular meeting for the importance of this topic. So in May and June, you're going to hear about the budget. You're going to adopt a budget. Your opportunity to reduce the budget to reflect something different than what you direct tonight is there's an option there. And then again, in August or September, when you set your mills for the following fiscal year, that is when you will make the final decision. If you choose to deviate from whatever decision you make tonight in August or September, you'll have to consequently make adjustments to the budget that are consistent with that. So that's what I mean when we say the further we get down the line, the more challenging it becomes. But I would just, again, want to reiterate, you're not forever bound by this decision this evening. That's all I have for you currently.
Well, we have a few things for you, and we're going to start with Mr. Aspenleiter.
Thanks. And this is where I'll say, coming out of budget and finance, I think slight clarification. The intent of budget and finance was this was too big of a decision to start building the city's budget on, to just have it come at the direction of 5 people on budget and finance. This is a fundamental change in what we're talking about here. It has implications on our charter, and there is no right or wrong answer, technically. I think our bond counsel pretty much said that. I mean, there is a defensible position to be taken in either way, in either direction. So we voted 4-1 to kick it out of budget and finance to have the bigger conversation here, because we thought council needed to weigh in on how we build the budget. Because if we build the budget the wrong way, it is exponentially hard to try to squeeze that in the last weeks with staff. So that's why you see it in front of you today. Now, I will say I'm a proponent of moving forward with the floating mill. I think the legislature, although they thought they tried to make it clear, did not make it as clear as they needed to make it in dealing with Billings and Sunburst. Either way we go here, I think we're going to there is an opportunity for a lawsuit. If we do this and we implement the floating mills, we open the door to a potential lawsuit challenging us wiping out the mill cap in the charter. If we don't, I think we open the door to our public safety unions in particular and our employee unions challenging that we are going to end up having to cut jobs. A lot of those jobs are going to come from the public safety sector, firemen and police officers. There's just no way around that if you've been in the budget. We will have had an opportunity to fulfill our obligation, and we are going to be open to their challenge by having to start cutting positions. That's my position and opinion. So I think either way we go, we are opening ourselves up to a challenge. I don't think we should be scared of that, frankly. This is a decision to start building a budget for Billings to be competitive with every other city in our state. We have done a hell of a job in being fiscally responsible, probably the best in the state amongst the big 8. I think this is where we also have to ask our citizens to be cognizant of who they elect and how the elected officials implement the budget, being fiscally conservative and sound in our decision making with the best for Billings in mind. That's our job. The biggest job we have is building a budget. So that's my preamble to this discussion. I don't think there's any wrong answer. I'll be supporting implementing the floating mill system because I think we are absolutely going to handcuff ourselves in being competitive. We're going to cost ourselves public safety jobs if we do not. There's no way around that.
Mr. Boyett.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, can you go back a slide to that A and B? So can you extrapolate for the 28 what would be the A and B scenario going forward for each year? Would it be the 2%, 2.9? Would it continue, or would it would that change a lot, or would you have any idea?
Well, it won't go over 4% because the statute doesn't allow for that. I don't know. I do have the history on what half the rate of inflation was. And I mean, I could pull that up and we could look at it, but I don't think it's going to be some massive change. With respect to if you chose 4B, I have no idea. I really don't know what to expect there with how the tax structure is going to shake out in Billings. And that has to do with the number of short-term rentals in Billings and the lack of knowledge that we have around that.
So would you expect the reduction to be, I mean, the same, at least the Aqua, what it is now? I mean,
Well, I guess my expectation is that in 28, 29, we would start to see small and modest increases again, but again, starting from a point that's probably at 2025 or 2024 revenue, because 25 was the same as 26, 27's 2% less. Maybe you see a 2% increase in 28, so you're back to the revenue you had in 25. I mean, you're starting from a very poor position here. That's 5 years of flat tax revenue and not 5 years of flat expenses. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Pittman, then Mr. Neese.
Thank you.
Mr. Lindley and Mr. Kennedy.
Just kind of a procedural thing. Why the resolution? Why not just direction from the council? I guess this seems to be a very formal process. A lot of things we just give you direction by a majority rule. As you read this, it's pretty concrete. I know you say obviously we could change it at any point, but why did we go to the resolution?
Okay.
Mayor and council member Pittman, I think the critical nature of this issue, we just really don't want it to be gray. Wanted you to take a clear directive to me, being responsible by charter to present a balanced budget to you. Like you said, yes, I acknowledge by being resolution, it's in black and white in writing, but it is not saying what budget you're adopting. So as Andy's pointed out, that's the next step in the process. But until you literally set the levy, that's the evening where you're concluding this.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chris, just you kind of mentioned it's Councilmember Aspliner about the Budget Committee's position on this. Chris, it wasn't that the Budget Committee approved this resolution. It was just approving to come here. So the resolution, I don't recall really reviewing that even during the committee. But anyway, that's what you and I talked about this morning.
Yeah, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, just talking it through, I think you're right. We didn't have the resolution, but we did go back and listen to the recording this morning and did confirm that the motion, the request was to support.
To bring it, to support bringing
not
it
just
here
bringing
for
it,
discussion.
but actually the Budget and Finance Committee supporting it.
Okay.
As a concept.
Okay.
I'll also add, since we're on it, the motion included giving the public an opportunity to speak on this item tonight, not, didn't require it at the front end or the back end. It was a part of that motion.
So let me ask you a question here, Andy. Maybe this is to you, Gina, if the state law has come out with or the state produced a law that we can't comply with, because they specifically wrote it for Billings and Sunburst, and we can't comply with that law, isn't there any recourse, or shouldn't we be taking this to a court challenge to say, listen, you wrote a law that is that we can't comply with? Why can we, or why are we not doing that?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, what I would say to that is I would not recommend taking something to a court where there's a provision in the bill that the city can comply with, which is subsection 4. I think a court's going to look at that and if the court were to strike section 3, 4 would be remaining. And that is what, and the plain language of that section is clear, that applies to any taxing entity.
As I understand, and this was last year when we were going through it all, I thought section 4 was in there and it wasn't sufficient enough because it didn't address our charter. But if you feel that way, that's understandable. And then the other question I have is, Andy, you and I talked about a little bit about this, and I took a look at your spreadsheets. Awesome spreadsheets, by the way.
Thanks.
You guys didn't get a chance to see them. If you want them, talk to Andy. He'll share them with you.
I can pull them up.
Yeah. What is based upon the change that the state made many years ago, what is our maximum authority under the 1510-420?
So I believe your maximum authority is 140.38 mils, which would replace and cover only those 3 mills that existed in 1999. The transition to 1510-420 for the public safety mill levies would be 3% more than what we levied in 2026.
Can you go to the other slide that shows the public safety mills on there? So what's the maximum right there?
The public safety mills, 133, I think, is what that is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's got to be about right.
Okay, and typically the public safety mills, they were requested because we couldn't raise any funds due to our charter cap.
And to add other additional resources, but yes.
Yeah, but and to add additional resources.
Sure,
in their
revenue
cap,
or otherwise,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, and so if you look at the line, this is a good representation between the blue and the top of the red line. That would be then probably an excess amount that we maybe didn't actually need to ask the voters for.
I don't know that I agree with that statement. I don't think the formula of 1510-420 would really allow you to have significant injection of resources. Specifically, the one that I want to point to is you want to add a fire station, you're not adding 15 firefighters off of half the rate of inflation. You may be adding a few officers here and there, but I don't think you're going to add MRTs or a crew or an additional court judge in that scenario.
Right.
All right.
And I'm sorry, I missed the amount you said the top of that line was to what?
This year we levied 244 mills.
Okay.
Yeah. That'd be all parts.
Mr. Lindley?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to my thoughts on this because, well, first of all, I'd say a year ago, I didn't know how any of this stuff worked. I'd never heard of 1510-420. This is quite fascinating. But what I would say is, like if you go back to when the charter was established and the mill cap, I think at that point it kind of made sense that if Billings succeeds, then our property values go up and then our ability to add more tax revenue goes up. I don't really think that at that point in time, the people who really kind of advocated for that mill cap would have thought that the change happened at the legislature that would have impacted the value of a mill. I just don't think that that was really in the cards, personally. And if you look at Billings, I mean, clearly things are going well. I mean, we have more cranes in this town building things than we have maybe as far back as I can possibly remember. So I think the idea that in that environment, we would see a reduction in tax revenue just seems kind of crazy. I think when I look at the two options, I certainly want to be in the option that gives us the least amount of question because we just don't know what's going to happen with the legislature. Not that the option that's being kind of suggested here would completely remove that. I mean, we're always at the mercy of that. But for me, I definitely think, just like, I think about we want to give everybody that's doing business in and around Billings some sort of knowledge about what's coming. And I think that this would help everybody do that. To that extent, though, I mean, when this graph that's on the screen, can you go back to the one that Councilmember Neese was talking about? There you go. Because I think, the comment was The difference between the top of the blue line and the red line is what if we would have from the start been doing 1510-420, that additional authority would have been there. This isn't necessarily giving us that, I don't think, right? This would give us potentially 2.95% on top of 2026.
No, because 1510-420 has been mandatory, this authority has always existed, but our charter has further reduced that authority. I do not believe that that authority does not exist with respect to the blue mills there, the general fund, library, and transit. So no, you have the authority to follow 1510-420. You've always had that, but for the charter further limiting our ability.
I guess what I'm saying, maybe I said that wrong. Just sorry, quick clarification. If we were to go the route that's being suggested, that doesn't give us the ability to make up that difference between the blue and the red. It gives us the ability to take our 2026 revenue and add 2.95%.
No, I think you do have that authority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Kennedy.
Way back when the legislature started playing around with local governments, they started with the business equipment tax. And when they did that in the 90s, the one thing that local governments said is if you're going to drop values at local government, you need to replace those dollars. And the legislature came back and did replace those dollars until a few years ago. The one thing so different than when the charter was passed is the legislature never played around with reducing the value of a mill. This is the first time that I have seen in 30 years that we have seen the value of a mill reduced. Because of that, we have seen that over the years, local governments been capped at the amount of revenue, but we've never been capped at the reduction in millage. Looking at this of where we're at, with the reduction of the mills, of the value of the mill, and we're going to see the value of the mill keep going down. The only way that you can look at it and what the legislature gave us is after looking at this and thinking about it and then going back through past practices at the legislature and what people have done, really the only way we can actually, and will never be made whole because of this, is to go with the first option, and it's a 2.9%. I cannot go back to 1999 and try to recoup everything, but I think if this council looks at it, we stay at the base year, which is this year, and we recoup going forward the dollars we have lost on the valuation of the mill. For a lot of people, they're going to say, what the hell does that mean? But the whole thing is, your mill is a certain value. The growth in your community increases the value of your mill. But what the legislature did is, even though you're seeing an increase and the valuation should go up, the legislature decreased that. And then they came back and said, but you need to increase the number of mills to make up your difference. And so I think where we're at today is if we're going to do exactly just like they did with the business property tax, they said you need to come back and raise your millage, it's not increasing the value of the mill. It's raising your millage to get your revenue back up where they took off to reduce it. So it's tax law, and it's really convoluted. And I think it will be convoluted going into the next legislative session, because I don't think anybody has thought out 2, 4, 6 years of what's going to happen. So I think in the next legislative session, you will see a whole different scenario again and how they're going to work it out. And so I'm going to go with the base years this year to do the increase in the mills to be able to recoup the revenue that the legislature told us we need to do. So it's kind of tough to understand, but really that's the only option that the legislature has given us to go forward. And when they start playing around with local government mills and getting into local government, they've told us over and over, you cannot pass taxes. We will tell you how to do it. And they did that specifically. And when they came back and said, you will recoup yours, you have to go back raising your millage. So we just follow in step, and hopefully legislatively we follow this next year and make sure we don't get into a downward spiral, because we will lose the public safety dollars, and we will lose the general operational dollars. And I do have to say that the people in my district, my ward, are saying one thing. They don't want to make up the difference by using fee increases to make up the difference of what the legislature has done. So I would go along with this, but I caution you all, if you think this is going to handle everything, it's not, because we have a legislative session coming up in January. Thank you.
Okay, so in this order, Mr. Nicholson, Ms. Shaw, then back around the horn to Mr. Aspenlander.
I think, the general principle is that local governments can do with their charters anything that the state is silent on. The state is not silent on this. They've given some clear instructions and then some unclear instructions. We should follow the clear instructions. Second thing is, Billings has always had a municipal culture of thrift, and we should continue to do that. That's no matter which way we go, we should be careful with the dollar and make a good government.
Mr. Mayor, I'm more than ready to move on with 4A, but I want to respect if there was a motion from the committee to allow public comment on this. I know it happened at the beginning, but I'd like to move us along to a vote, but do you want to do public comment, or are we assuming at the beginning it was acceptable?
That's a good question. We did have an opportunity at the beginning for items 1 and 8. I don't know if that's sufficient. If the council thinks it is, we can talk about it.
What I want to be clear is, and it was an error in the agenda, because the motion from the Budget and Finance Committee expressly requested that there would be a special public opportunity for the public to be heard on this item. And so my apologies that did not make it onto the agenda, but that absolutely was the motion that came from the committee. And
no problem, Mr. Kukulski.
I would request we move to public comment.
So let's have with a show of hands so that we can change the agenda a little bit. Move on to public comment. Okay. At this point in our meeting, I will open the hearing to public comment on item number 8 regarding a resolution providing direction to staff regarding property taxes. Is there any public comment regarding item number 8 on the agenda? Last chance, public comment on item number 8 on the agenda. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this meeting. and move on to a motion. Ms. Shaw.
I'll make a motion. I move to approve a resolution directing staff regarding property taxes and the FY27 budget as recommended by staff and the Budget and Finance Committee, which is following option 4A as was outlined tonight.
Do we have a second? Mr. Boyette? Any discussion or comments regarding the motion? I have one. I know that we were all directed to be good stewards of the people's money, and I know that this group going forward, along with our staff, will move forward with that in mind. But I think one thing that no one here is ready to do is take a big hit in our public safety budget. And so I'm going to be supporting the motion too. Any other conversation or discussion, Mr. Neese?
Yeah, I think as was pointed out by the city administrator, Chris, is the Budget and Finance Committee never saw this resolution until tonight. And so we didn't actually approve the resolution in the budget. So you may want to, I would request the motion be amended to not include the Budget Committee because we didn't vote on this resolution.
Do you want to make that amendment?
No, because I can't speak against the motion I make.
You just want us to drop off as sorry, that's the concern?
Yes, that's correct because the Budget and Finance Committee did not see or recommend this resolution.
I don't care. I wasn't in that meeting, so I don't know. So drop it off, just as recommended by staff. Who seconded it?
It's okay with you,
There we
Mr.
go.
Boyette? Okay, I'm sure it's not exactly correct to Robert's rules, but I like it. We shall move to a vote now. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say
Nay.
aye.
Nay? Aye? Aye, nay?
Aye, nay. We have one aye, nay from Mr. Neese. So that passes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And without further ado, we shall move to the final public comment period on non-agenda items. Make sure that you have signed in. When you come forward, tell us your name and where you live, and take your 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jeff Kettleson, and I live in the 5th Ward. Tonight, I would like to talk about the tax increment financing districts. Properly used, they're a great tool.
Hold on, Mr. Kettleson. Folks in the audience, we can't hear Mr. Kettleson, and it's, in fairness to him, we should be quiet. Sorry to take your time. Go ahead.
Tonight, I would like to talk about the tax increment financing districts. Properly used, they're a great tool. Improperly used, they can be used as a slush fund by illuminated people. I believe that we're facing the former. Last month, on February 27th, I attended the Downtown Tax Increment Financing District's meeting, where Executive Director Kathy Schneider put forth a proposal titled Battle of the Plans. After handing out the financial specifics of the proposal, I couldn't believe what I watched. Thank God, board member Shaden Shea spoke up and did the unthinkable. She said, I understand financials, and this doesn't make sense. She also pointed other deficiencies in the proposal. Mrs. Shea, your act of courage, honesty, and integrity shined as big as the sun at that moment. When she said that, you could hear a pin drop in the room. After she spoke, other board members saw the truth in what she said and found the courage to speak against the proposal. Basically, it's my opinion that the Battle of Plans, as presented, is $1 million giveaway. And you can't make this up. It's for an Ionic building located at 3rd and Broadway. The Battle of the Plans is not dead, and it's rearing its ugly head again. So citizens of Billings, Mrs. Shea and the other board members need our support to say no to this giveaway. So tonight I'm inviting you to watch with the upcoming meeting with me, hear what they do, and see if we can stop the Battle of the Plans. The meeting is this Friday, March 27th at 7:30 a.m. It's located at 102 North 29th Street. And if you do come, please say hello. I'd like to meet you. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Andreas Story. I live in Ward 4, and I am here on behalf of the Billings Alliance for Immigrant Rights. What I'm holding right now is a picture of 23-year-old Ruben Ray Martinez. About a year ago, Ruben was in a car with his friend on spring break when they saw a car accident. The two slowed down to what testimony says is a crawling speed. And according to DHS and ICE reports, ICE and DHS were there to assist with traffic control. Without any warnings, commands, or chance to comply, DHS shot Ruben's vehicle, shooting him 3 times and killing him. This young man you were looking at right now would be alive and living his young life if it was not for the terror being perpetrated by ICE and the DHS. Ruben was a human being with a right to live and enjoy his life, and that right was violently ripped from him. I'm sad to tell you that there are many other in this country just like Ruben who have been victims of this horrific and unjustifiable violence. This is a picture of Nurul Alim, who is a 56-year-old refugee from Myanmar. And on February 24th, 2026, he was found dead in upstate New York. He had disappeared just 5 days earlier on the 19th, after ICE agents negligently relocate him to a coffee shop miles away from where he lived. He had also just been recently freed from jail after more than a year of awaiting trial for a misdemeanor. Instead of helping the non-English speaking blind Nurul with helping communicate with his family for a ride to pick him up, Border Patrol left him in the cold with no way of getting home. And even worse, the coffee shop where he was dropped off was closed at the time, and the reason for his death is still not published. And it is a month later on March 23rd. This is unacceptable. The incompetence and negligence that led to this chain of events is unforgivable. The absolute lack of care that Border Patrol officers showed towards Nurul is abhorrent and shameful. And because of this negligence, a man is dead. And it is our job to learn from the circumstances that led to this death, and we must ensure that we do not allow for these incompetent, heartless ICE and Border Patrol agents to come into our community and kidnap our neighbors and community members, all while brutalizing protesters and murdering people based on the tone of their skin. The people of Billings has seen these abhorrent actions nationwide and are coming to you asking for assurance that you will have our backs and not allow this terror in our community. Yet what we have seen is continued inaction. We do not want to react to ICE terror. We want action now.
Hello, my name is Lane Dorsey. I'm a member of the Billings Alliance for Immigrant Rights. I live in Ward 5. This is Alberto Gutierrez Reyes. He was a 48-year-old man from Mexico. On February 25th, while being held at Adelanto ICE Processing Center in California, Alberto began feeling faint. He was experiencing chest pain and shortness of breath. He was transferred to a hospital after days of stating that he needed medical attention. But by February 27th, Alberto was unresponsive. The medical staff attempted to resuscitate him, but it was too late. Alberto's life was stolen by ICE. He was taken away from a family and a community who loved him dearly. This is Daffy Michelle. She was a 31-year-old Haitian asylum seeker. On February 27th, she was released from a jail in Pittsburgh after charges against her were dropped. But ICE had a detainer waiting for her and put an ankle monitor on Daffy despite these charges being cleared. She was, as mentioned before, in a negligent act by ICE, she was released onto the streets of Pittsburgh an hour from her home with no way of getting there. She wandered through Pittsburgh trying to get home, but was found at a bus shelter unresponsive. She was later pronounced dead. Her family described her as a person with a kind heart and someone who was always ready to help those who needed her help, and her presence brought joy and happiness and light into the lives of all who knew her. These are the people, the real victims of ICE terror, kidnapping, brutalization, negligence, you name it. We've heard all across the country in cities where people come demanding no ICE presence in their city, and even here in Billings, that nothing can be done or it's out of the city's hands. Helena showed that something can be done by limiting local police's interactions and cooperation with ICE and federal immigration enforcement. The city of Billings should follow suit and limit interaction with local police officers with ICE. And the city of Helena rightfully stood up. It wasn't just the city council who did that. This was, an organized effort to make this happen by activists and concerned community members in Helena. And for that, the Governor Gianforte is attacking the capital city and attempting to bring them into a legal battle for standing up for their community members. We have to stand with Helena. We have to stand with the members of our community and stand against ICE violence. Take action now.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There you go. There you go.
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Amanda Kelly, and I serve on the Billings Skate Park Committee. Over the past several years, I have stood before the council and updated you on our progress as we've worked hard to make the skate park a safer, more welcoming space for all wheeled users. I'm proud to say we've made meaningful strides. Our committee donated $100,000 in lighting to the city of Billings and then raised nearly another $100,000 to ensure those lights were installed. Since then, the park usage has increased. The ability to safely use the park into the evening, especially during our long winter months, has been a major success and has helped create a safer environment for users of all ages. Last summer, we also secured a $20,000 grant that went directly to Parks and Recreation for programming, including skateboards and helmets. The camps and clinics were incredibly successful with full sessions and waiting lists. Those programs are continuing this year at an affordable cost to accommodate all economic levels. Between the lighting, programming, and community investment, we are seeing real growth in participation at the skate park. So you might be able to understand my surprise when I learned that the skate park parking lot is being considered for sale. At a time when usage is increasing, removing or reducing parking directly contradicts the progress we've worked so hard to achieve. Our long-term vision includes expanding the park, which would attract visitors not just from Montana, but across the region and country. Skateboarding is a growing sport, and quality parks draw tourism and economic activity. Our committee has invested countless hours fundraising, writing grants, and working with local partners to support this space. In total, we've helped bring roughly $200,000 in improvements to serve a community that has historically been overlooked. I also want to address a narrative I've heard that neighbors will come out and say we don't want to sell the lands, but aren't willing to invest in the area. Respectfully, that is not accurate. While funds may not have gone directly into the parking lot itself, they have gone into the park that the parking lot serves. I understand there are concerns about negative activity in the area, and I share those concerns. But selling the parking lot, whether to create paid parking or for development, is not a solution. It creates a new barrier for access to a free public space. There are better approaches. Continued investment in community policing, moving the location of free food service, and thoughtful planning can improve safety without reducing access. We should be building on the progress that's already been made, not undermining it. The city chose this location for the skate park. Now we have a responsibility to support it, to ensure it's safe, accessible, and welcoming for all people of Billings. I respectfully ask that you do not sell this parking lot and instead work with us to find solutions that strengthen the space and the community that it serves. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anthony Watson, Jr. I live in 1182 Patriot Street up in the Heights. I am a retired veteran, and I am also a professional skateboarder to this day. The number of violent crimes in Billings, Montana is 916 with a total of 4,697. A lot of those violent crimes, or at least a partial of that, happened near downtown. One of the things I've experienced here since living in March is a lot of the violent crimes and things like that have to do with the residents that decide to reside in the skate park the grass and right next to the skate park. One of the things about that is that for us to be able to protect our things and be able to look after our things is actually within of that parking space that is considered to being sold right now. One of the major reasons why you guys probably shouldn't consider that is because while that is actually free accessible to us, a lot of the younger and youth groups that actually come down there to that skate park that we naturally, the older guys like me and my friends over there, actually look after, will actually have to run across a very lengthy street to get away from or get to the skate park. One of the things about that is that when we decide to go there and we skate, we're usually there from about 12 p.m. until about 10 p.m. when the lights shut off. Within that time, I have seen ridiculous speeding up and down that road. I have seen hit and runs, and I have seen other gross things that have happened on that street. By selling that parking lot, not only would you actually open up the safety of the skaters and the people who actually attend that park would actually decrease, but it would actually open up a lot more crime to everybody else, to us being able to watch and protect our things from our vehicles. One of the things is also that, just like how my committee member Amanda was saying, is that it would be backwards progress for us. We have fought a long time to have the lights on and have the lights implemented into the park for our own safety. And within that safety is us having that parking lot and being able to access it in a free manner. Without that, we wouldn't be freed for much. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm sorry, folks. You can't applause. It could cause problems further down the road. So you're just here to comment, and we appreciate that. But the applause might interfere with free speech. Any other public comment tonight?
My name is Alex Fries. I live at 16 Roundup Drive here in Billings, Montana, 59102. I just wanted to say that I think it would be a shame to sell the parking lot when it's free parking over there. Like, I get that the parking lot's not the best there. For the whole 20 plus years that I've lived here in Billings, I haven't seen anything change over there parking lot wise. But I did wanted to say thank you guys for the lights down there. That is very helpful, being able to see at night. And to pay and park would just be kind of a shame, because I know a lot of skateboarders that aren't very well endowed money wise. So it's kind of a shame to have to park somewhere else and not be able to watch your own vehicle regarding theft, vehicle break-ins, and then obviously car getting hit. For the 20 years that I've lived here, I haven't seen anything change over there at the parking lot. The skate park, I've definitely seen a lot of change in the last couple of years, and in Billings in general. Very nice to see a lot of the new buildings and stuff going up around town. For me to personally park down there, it's a lot nicer to just be able to pull up right by the skate park and be able to see my vehicle whenever I look over, just to watch for people that are sketchy in the area. I don't want nobody to take anything out of my vehicle or mess with it in any sort of way. So it's nice to be able to freely park over there. But other than that, I appreciate you guys for your time. Thank you very much.
Bob Mackin, Billings, Yellowstone Country Club, actually. But it's a very, very handy parking lot. So I use it all the time when I go downtown. The meters are a little difficult, and Christmas shopping in 2 hours is very difficult. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, Administrators, Paul Clark, Ward 1, Southside Triangle. It's good to see you all again. I was a little bit under the weather, but here we go. Are you ready, Mr. Aspen Leader? Why listen to me when Western Sugar is doing a great deal of polluting in the environment? Why trust anyone when big companies like WSC have their own track record? We know that Western Sugar Company has real issues. Back in 2018 in Colorado, they were fined $2 million for nasty odors and water pollution, like dumping too much fecal chloroform or sulfide and air violations at their Fort Morgan plant. Locals hated the smell, and it hit the South Platte River too. Earlier, fines in the 2010 for the Clean Water Act and stuff like that in Nebraska, they were always heavily fined and have been for several years. But here's the thing. That big settlement forced upgrades, new controls, better wastewater handling, and by 2024, they were telling the city council about investments in pretreatment so that they don't dump straight into the sewer anymore. No major new fines or complaints popped up since then, and at least publicly. The Western Sugar Company site pushed that they were sustainability. Now, with better soil, less water, less wastewater, but yeah, it was easy. Pollution is not just talk, it's history. We are going to have to call them out, keep an eye on the regulations like DEQ and EPA. They are the ones who are actually slap the fines. Now, we can put fines on it also. The city of Billings is capable of $2 million like they did in Colorado. We just need to figure out how to get it done. That's where you 11 are up here for. The smell in the water. Wow, I'm really doing great. I was headed to... The Billings Western Sugar Company exceeded pollutants a number of times, 56 times from January 26th to September of 2025. Let me say that again. At least 56 times that they have been over the limits. Ranking it as a top 20 industrial polluters nationwide. Top 20 pollutioners nationwide. That's just, I can't say it enough, you guys. I love this place. I love the river. I love the air. We all do, of course. So there's got to be a way we can, if we're looking at mill levers for, I don't know what the number is, 2.4 million, but I didn't get there. The Yellowstone River serves as a critical water source for drinking, agriculture, and fisheries in the region, and ongoing industrial discharges from multiple sources.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, God bless everybody.
Thank you.
I'll make it quick. Hello, my name is Jennifer Strong. I live at 411 Glen Drive. It's already 10:30. I'm going to email you my statement. I just want to tell you, I'm here to support the skate guys. Save their parking spot. Thank you.
Any other public hearing? Any other public comment tonight? Seeing none, I'm going to close that portion of it. And do we have any council initiatives tonight? Seeing none, we are adjourned.